Hello, this is the Red Pill Dispensary. How you guys doing? It's Matt. Um, we got a good show for you guys. Come on, let's hear it.
Nonsense of the academy. I just want you to know that. Clap for that.
Clap, clap for me.
Man, you are a dull bunch. Must be slow here, man. Oh, you know I.
Wow, a lot of respect for the troops, right? Support the troops. How you guys doing? So, all right. So, I just want to tell you guys. I'm gonna show you guys a lot of stuff. But before we get into it, um, just give a little bit of time for people to get in here. Give them a couple minutes. Because basically, it's one of those shows. Like once I start, you kind of like either have to see it the whole way, or you're gonna have to rewind while it's live. And I'll make reminders throughout the show for people who are like joining halfway through. All right, so I'm gonna do my best to do a timeline. In a perfect world, I won't forget anything. But there's so many little things. It's gonna be like on a timeline, basically starting on the 19th. All right, and the 19th is when I thought the arrests were gonna happen. That's what I thought. I knew the date would be significant. I just didn't know how. Um, that's what I thought. I thought in the 11th hour it was gonna go down. I never expected it to go down on inauguration day until it came to that day, and then I lost total hope. I was pissed off, and I'm like, man, I fell for like some psyop or something. I was pissed. I was pissed, but then I'm thinking, I'm like, how's that? How can that be the case? I don't fall for anything. I don't fall for nothing. I know, I know how to use discernment. How did I fall for this? And I start thinking, like, you know, really start like some critical thinking. And at this point, I'm thinking all hope is lost. I'm just, how did I fall for it? And how? And I'm thinking more. The more I think, I'm like, there had to have been something that went wrong, because it's like a mathematical impossibility that the information wasn't real. And I can't think of any motive behind it. People say, oh, it's a pacification operation. But to me, that that's not a pacification operation. No. If anything, it really sharpened the tools at my disposal. Not necessarily that, you know, that letter of the alphabet, 1 7, that, that is like how I go about spreading truth. It's been a focal point the last couple months. But I'll touch on it here and there. But you go back through my videos, especially, you go all the way back. You'll find these types of videos sprinkled in one out of every 10 videos. But I'm always touching on a million different things. And it's really been this movement that really I feel like it helps sharpen my skills with that. So I just don't see the pacification aspect of it. I just don't see how that's beneficial. If anything, I would think a better argument would be to inflame people into thinking they could rush a capital without getting in trouble. But if you guys have watched the videos, John Sullivan, the Black Lives Matter dude, people say Antifa, but he's Black Lives Matter Utah, so Salt Lake City. His brother came out. He did an interview, and he was talking about him, and basically he laid out the guy's plans. He infiltrated some Proud Boys or something like that in Utah. He got like a couple hundred people to go with him. There's video footage of him, of people coming up to him like, John, that worked. It actually worked. We got in here. When he's saying it, he's like, burn this motherfucker down. And I mean, he was Black Lives Matter, but I guess there was a lot of Antifa people with him, and it was pretty clear what was going on when you watch the videos. Not that there wasn't a bunch of people that were straight up Trump supporters that went in there and fought cops and all that. That happened too, but I feel like it's more like a mob mentality at that point. You only need like a couple hundred people to incite the riot. At that point, it's a riot. All right, so, Jen, that you're gonna know some of this information. See, I got the video I'm about to do. There's a few things you won't see anywhere. There's a couple things that you'll see in one spot, couple things you'll see in another spot, couple things you'll see in another spot. I'm just trying to bring them all together. So Jen knows us up at least to some of the information. One big key piece at the very least. So this is some solid info, guys, and it's all backed up either by facts, video, or the part. Some of the biggest parts is going to be 1/7 posts. Some of that's unfortunately that's the evidence. But even if you don't believe in 1/7, just the fact, you have to think of it like this. Okay, so this information was already out there, not just for like a month or two, in some cases for years. So, this information was already out. Might have been misinterpreted, it might have, like a lot of things with 1/7. It's hard to like kind of predict, but that whole like future proves past thing. What ends up happening a lot, you can predict. I've predicted a lot on this show and nailed it a lot. We've done a lot of that here when it comes to 1/7. But also something that happens pretty often, and this is by design. What'll happen is once the moment's upon you, then it'll trigger something. If you're somebody who's read the post like me, it happens to me all the time. Outside of the obvious, them saying 17 every other number. Whenever they want to describe something, they find a way to put the key numbers in there. Well, that number in particular, and it comes up so much, it's ridiculous, in so many different ways. But like for like so many different things, like for instance, some of this information, as soon as like the events happen, I think, oh, I know that. Okay, I know that. I know exactly what to search, and then I can actually read the post, and that'll lead me to another post and lead me to another post. So, it happens to me all the time, and it really, came through in this. If you're someone who knows the drops like the back of your hand, I know them like that. I like to think I do. I mean, for instance, some of this information I'm putting out tonight, I got some from one place, some from another, and then sprinkled in my own information that you won't hear anywhere. So like I said, I'm gonna try to do it in a timeline. If you're just joining, I'm gonna try to do this on a timeline, but I know I'm gonna mess up, especially this timeline, quote timeline. It's a lot of it is really the 20th, and a lot of it's in that day. So it's probably, it might go around a little bit. I might forget something and have to go back and touch on it, but I'm gonna do my best to at least attempt to do that. But I might have to jump around a little bit. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start on the 19th, and let me see. All right, 1 second, guys. So how you guys doing? Let's check this. What was the oh yeah, I got that. right, so I'm gonna check out chat real quick. Let me see. I can't see it there. Just wanna see what's up. Deve?
What's up?
John D.
What's up?
Dev? No.
John D.
If that's Dev, like from Boston, Dev. No, it can't be. Um, then again, John D. I don't know if it is. Let me know. That'd be crazy. That would be crazy. All right, OG, what's up, brother? Kelly Kibo, hey, how you doing?
All right, OG, what's up, brother? Kelly Kibo, hey, how you doing?
Yeah, I mean, Kelly, I'm. The thing is, it's not so far fetched when you look at the drops, some of the information that comes from place to place, from different places, as well as some stuff that I put. Oh, you know what? I gotta get off this. At least I gotta pause it at the very least. But some information you get from place to place. It's not so far fetched in that way. It's just so crazy that I just don't know. I don't know if it's too crazy. If it's just it would be such a. But then again, it's always supposed to have been that big the way it happens, that unexpected. Otherwise, and you could see on their faces. It's almost like a lot of the people there, at least the ones in the know, expected something to happen during that swearing in ceremony. It's like as he was doing the swearing and like once it was all over, like you could see them all just like, is this for real? I mean, I know a lot of us were thinking that, but imagine them. I mean, they're the ones with the most to lose. It's not like we don't have a country to lose, but we're talking the death penalty here. So firing squads and the whole yacht, whole 9 yards. So yeah, Kelly. So yeah, I can't once I laid all the information out in a timeline and I just went through it myself, kind of what I'm gonna do right now. I was just like, wow, it makes sense. It makes sense. So, for what that's worth, or I don't know, maybe I'm smoking the Hopium. I don't know. Jen, yep, so I addressed that comment earlier. AJ, yep, that's one thing. I actually noticed that live because at that point I'm expecting something to happen. 8 in the morning or 9 in the morning, and I was especially when he was talking about like you can tell with Trump when you're used to him speaking, he'll say something, and we'll be touching on it. It'll be like the second thing I go over because it's on a timeline, and you can like tell when like something is when he like forces something in to a speech. It's not as natural. Um, I don't know. It stuck out to me, and I was like, "What's the significance of that?" And it was only later I knew the significance of it, but I knew there was significance. Uh, okay, so and Lori Lepke Duarte. I mean, I guess I agree. It seems so crazy. I gave up. I gave up after the inauguration. I was like, all right, but like I was saying before, I just started thinking, and I said, I know this 1-7 like the back of my hand. I know I wasn't deceived. That it was real info, and the pacification doesn't make sense to me. It just sharpens your tools. Um, but so I don't know. I started thinking, well, maybe some AI, and it'll give you real stuff. But then I started thinking of other things and predictions, and I was able to make predictions. I just had a good pulse on this the whole time, and it was really it wasn't so much my ego taking a hit. I was just like, what? How could like I was logically thinking. And once I came across a couple pieces of information, I started to think, whoa, that's crazy. And then a couple of other things came to my attention. And yeah, then there was one certain time. All right, I'm gonna get right into it. I'm not gonna keep teasing it. All right. Okay. So on Twitter, just to show you guys. Yeah, I'm pretty sure most of all the information I'm gonna be getting to it because, you know, I have like literally like hardly slept for a couple days, just trying to cover as many different channels, find channels. I really kind of, I ended up finding some channels I never knew existed, some good stuff. So I think it was here we go. All right. So this is on the 16th. I wrote this. This is now, like I said, I thought the 19th was going to be the day things went down. I came to that through a few different things. It was actually some decodes I was doing, and that number 119 kept coming up, and then right away I noticed that's 9/11 backwards. So I really started digging that date even more so than the 17th date. So I said, remember this day, 119, read date backwards. Those who try to hide their plans from the Lord are doomed. They carry out their schemes in secret and think no one will see them or know what they are doing. They turn everything upside down. Isaiah 29, chapter 29, verse 15 to 16. And when you look at the 19th, this is what really drove it home for me to the point where I put out a tweet like that. This is the years prior. We are with you. Remember this day in all caps. I mean, just that post alone was a big one. That's not something that Q really does, is point to say, remember this day, and the Great Awakening. That was last year on the 19th. And this only came to my attention, like I said, after doing a decode where 119 kept coming up. So at that point, after seeing these two, and then, realizing almost automatically this is 9/11 backwards too, I'm like, yeah, that's going to be the day I think it's going down. Well, the arrest didn't go down. But something else did. Now, on that day, on that date, okay, so, all right, so on January 19th, you know what, actually, I'm going to show you guys this first. If I'm truly doing it in order, I got to show you this first. All right, so check this out. Now, you guys, if you guys remember some of these, if you guys remember this, some of these watch pictures like this, for instance, this one comes out to 3:42. Well, that ended up being the time of a post of I'm sorry, of oh man, what was it the time of? There was two pictures of watches before that were decoded already. One was the time, one was the date. They were both times on watches, but one came out to a time and one came out to a date. So we just saw one of them, 3:42. I'm pretty sure that was the time, whereas the date. Well, whatever. I don't see it right now. I forget what it said, but that's not here nor there. But anyways, you guys probably remember the two watches that came out. To me something. Yeah, that was one of them. All right, 1522. There's 322. That's 60. Interesting. I don't remember that. All right. So, anyways, I'll get right to the current. All right. Now check this out. All right. Oh, yeah. March 27th. On March 27th, you get two pictures of watches here. All right. You get this one right here. See that? 449. And then you get this one right here. 3. I mean, people were saying 306. I mean, it looks like 305 to me. But to be honest, this one hasn't been fulfilled yet. But you see that? The number right there? It says 27. Now, this was put out on March 27th. But we know that, you see how the second hand is purposely on the 12 to mark 0? Anything that is being marked here is going to be significant. So that 27th, I'd keep that in your mind. I'm not showing any proof on that because that's to be seen. That's something that hasn't came out yet. To be honest with you, that second watch, that's to be seen. And as it's laid out here, this one came first, right? Now this one has been proven. 449. Now, this is why I say, I really say watch the 27th. Because you see that? The 19th? Now, when I had done the decode and I said January 19th, I think will be the date that, I thought it all was going to go down. Because I just wasn't buying, the 20th. I said it makes sense the day before the 20th, not that's too predictable and anything can go wrong and supposedly nothing's supposed to be able to stop what's coming, right? So, well, exactly on the 19th of January, even though, so which would mean, okay, so let me just say this first. On the 19th of January at 4:49 p.m. military time, 1649. But with a watch, with this type of watch, you're not going to have military time. So 4:49 p.m. is when the Obama Gate documents, the conclusion of them, like the really the crazy stuff, the stuff that was decoded a couple days before that, like 3 days before that, I think, there was nothing there that we didn't already know. That all that had been leaked and talked about, and or at least it was known. The newer stuff that really only last night people started actually being able to get. But as far as declassifying those documents, it was done on the 19th at 4:49. Now, what does that tell me? Well, up until that day, which is the date on this watch, and that time, which is the time on this watch, which, just to drive it home, was it was put out on March 27th in 2019. All right, so that's almost 2 years ago. In 2 months, that'll be 2 years, a 2-year anniversary of this post. So it's not like there's supposed to be a plan, And this had never come true. I remember thinking, like in December or November, like, whatever happened to the two watches that never came true? Like, whatever happened to that? And I remembered 449, and people say 306. I see 305, but whatever. And I actually didn't even, I forgot about the number inside the watch, the 19 on this one and the 27 on the other. So what that tells me is the obvious, right? Logical thinking tells me, well, this is something that was not fulfilled, meaning he was never intended to win the election. If every watch that was done before was proven, and it was always the date and the time and the date. This one, I mean, they're even showing you this. Actually, they're showing you the date on the watch, so it looks like a time and date on each watch. Now, this one was Maka 1 set, right? And then you have Maka 2 set. So let's look at what we get when we put that in. So it'll still come up, I think. Ray is a sleeper, and you guys heard Ray. Just this isn't part of the timeline, but Ray is being kept on. I don't know about that. That's one thing that confused me. All right. Let me just put. I forget if it's all. It matters if I put all caps. That's the thing. So I'm just gonna have to do it like this. I think. All right. So that's the first set of watches. This is the second set. All right. Here we go. First indictment on sale will trigger mass population awakening. Shit, huh? Alright, I know how to find it. It must be in all caps or something. Alright. So this is from all the way back in 2017, November of 2017. We're talking over 3 years ago. Think about it logically. The only way is the military. Fully controlled, save and spread. Once 11.3. When the comments come up, I can't say it. Verifies as first Maka. Biggest advance drop on pull. So, and then we're gonna go into this deeper, but yeah, we're gonna go into this deeper later. So that's all I wanted to show you guys was the Maka along with that 11.3. But you saw, let me just proof to begin 11.3. And you might be saying, what's this 11.3? Well, what I thought it was a date, especially once I found out what the date of the election was, when we were like a year out or whatever. I started hearing, November 3rd elections. I'm like, 11.3. All right, I remember that. I know 11.3 and then 11.4. And they mentioned 11.4. We'll get into that too. But 11.3 verifies as first Maka. Now, you guys saw this was considered Maka 1. So that's the first Maka, at least in this round. Okay? Now, this is where it's going to start getting kind of crazy. Now, I'm just going to tell you, so I want to go in order though, but this was all the 19th. You know what? We're going to come to that. We're going to come to that. So, all right, let me, all right, so we're going to back out for a second. And we're going to go to that morning. It was already mentioned in the comments, but, you know, we're going to cover it. It's also the, I put it as the picture for this as well, for the thumbnail. So keep that in mind. First marker, and we know that the first marker was, as it said on that watch, 2 years ago, the 19th at 4:49, which is the exact day of the month of January and the exact time as the D class. Which, I mean, that's basically a mathematical impossibility. So, and because it hadn't been proven before that, it tells us that the election was never the target. They knew what they were up to. And they've known that, I'm assuming the reason that the way that they would know, outside of some technology that, I mean, who knows, right? Logically, the only thing I can think is that there's, when they did they might have never released it, but when they investigated the past election, they saw what they did. But, you know, Trump isn't the type of guy you expect not to say anything, you know, especially when he lost the popular vote in the first election. You know, people would assume he's going to say something. But no, he's not. You know, he's so competitive. He's not gonna. If it lets them see what your plan is, they probably built the plan around that. But that's what it tells me, at least, is that maybe in the first election there had to have been something. But that's just guessing. Everything I say, I want to show you guys exactly what I'm thinking here. All right. All right. Now I'm gonna show you this real quick before we get into so. You know what? If I'm gonna do it in order, let me get to that after. I actually just so you, I'll get to that. All right. I want to do it in order. I want to do like a correct timeline, the best I can. All right. Check this out. So that morning on the 20th, all right, we went over the 19th. That morning, he does a speech, right? Actually, you know what? I'll do this one first if we're doing a timeline. So, if you guys don't know, Trump, when he had been flying around, he'd be on Air Force One. And then the call sign started to change, especially when it was a flight that a lot of like Anons suspected he was taking, but there was no confirmation in the news or on the schedule. And there would be this Trust 17 up in the sky. And Monkey Works, who's great. I mean, he is great. He fought. That's all he does. You can tell he was in the military, and that's what he did. I had some experience with that, but not what he does. Just with call signs and finding them on a map, and except it was more ships than aircraft. Although we do aircraft too, but it was more ships. But this guy is amazing. That's all he knows is he must have been in the Air Force, maybe Navy, but it seems like Air Force. And he is amazing. And we're actually going to touch on one of his videos because it's going to become relevant here. So, anyways, Trust 17 was the call sign for this, for like, and by the way, this would be like on a doomsday plane. For instance, like it was actually being used after the election. Then 10 days ago, even on known Trump flights, it wasn't Trust 17. It would be something like with a 45, however. And it would be, for instance, like when Trump went to Texas and, well, actually, that wasn't known to the public. But that same plane ended up being, because the tail number and everything, that ended up being a plane that he was on that was known to the public for when he went to Florida one time to golf or something, and that was the Maka number. And then 10 days ago, Air Force One was the Mach number. Then 10 days ago, it changed to like something 45. I forget, but and I'm still trying to figure out what that means because it should be Air Force One unless it's a flight where they don't want to advertise it. But these flights were known to the public. But starting 10 days ago, he never flew with the Air Force One plane. Well, he might have been on the Air Force One plane, but it didn't have the right call sign. The call sign should have been Air Force One. So we'll touch on that when we get to. I'm going to show you one of his videos from that day. So actually, I might be showing it to you soon. So, anyways, when Trump was leaving the Capitol, in this picture right here, he's leaving the Capitol, or he's leaving the White House, right? And we all know what he said, right? Here's one little excerpt of what he said. You know, I'll be coming. I'll be coming back in one form or another. That's what he said. Now, a lot of people were thinking, "Oh, it's on. It's on. This is gonna happen. This is gonna happen." So just to read this, DC is fenced off. Now, just so you guys know, as far as what I'm gonna read right here and this whole thing, this is from the Nasara law. Now, personally, this wasn't something that was necessarily something on my radar, but once I end up getting the full picture, I realized this might make sense. I had seen this, and I just thought, no, it wasn't enough for me. I thought, no, no way. I've heard in the Sour and Gazette, but I'm thinking, no, that's not going to get me to think something's actually going to change at this point. Until I saw everything else I ended up seeing, then I remembered that once I saw what looks like a plan, and a lot of the plans still isn't. It's impossible for anyone to know. Less than 9 people know it, or less than 10. It's supposed to be like what? Only 3 are non-military. So, what's that tell you? So DC is fenced off, and the president is never going back to the White House, but not for reasons you may be thinking. Well, that's not exactly factual, but they're just trying to. Okay. Fear not, there will be a new Capitol built. Now, like I said, I read all this, and I thought, no. I had heard in the Sour and Gazette, they sounded good when I heard of them, and it wasn't so much this aspect of it, but just I knew some people who worked in accounting, and they actually told me about it a long time ago, and after they heard it on Santa Surfing, and they were like, this is crazy because we're noticing some of this stuff, and this is around when Oklahoma was like the government like sold it as like Native American land or something like that, but it was still it was like a territory instead. I don't know, you guys might know what I'm talking about, but some accountants were starting to see something different going on in the new tax code. So fear not, there will be a. So this is I didn't think anything of it. So if you hear this and you roll your eyes, hey, I roll my eyes too. It's what's to come. Fear not, it's when you see the whole thing and a couple key things. A big one for me, honestly, was the 119 because I was already anticipating that date, something that date, and then the time on that date, the 449. Hadn't known about that for 2 years, it never happening, and then happening on the 19th. That was big for me. Still not the biggest. I would say second biggest. Fear not, there will be a new Capitol built and an end to income taxes paid to the tax collectors of the corporation that is now in the hands of a new administration. They went to all the trouble to steal a corporation whose assets are in the process of being seized. Most did not see this coming, for they did not even know their nation was a corporation. But it is, now I knew that, but it is indeed. But now, no more are the states subject to it? Please read on to understand the nature of the battle we are in. Meet the thieves in the light of day, so proudly they claim what is not theirs to take, or is it? In 1871, a seditious act was performed by the government. A coup was made to rewrite the Constitution and put "we the people" in all capitals under a new corporate contract, transferring the United States of America into the new corporation of the United States of America, which transferred the power of "we the people." And we've talked about this on the channel, the fact that we're actually a corporation, and not so free, and what our birth certificates really mean. We were basically sold at birth. We inherit that debt as soon as we're born. Basically, it's like they buy your social, they buy you. So okay, you're considered like the government. They sell you. We're like the collateral because they know we're gonna make money. All right. So where was I? How cool was me? Okay. When they did that, it placed the citizens in the United States as property of the corporation, which was centered in Washington, D.C. Now, something else in the Sahara, and along with basically this whole deal with being a corporation, is Washington, D.C. The capital used to be Philadelphia. Washington, D.C., however, is not part of the United States, is not part of our country. It's basically like its own thing, kind of like the Vatican is in Italy, but they're their own like district. Yeah, same thing with Washington D.C. And I didn't know this until I knew the Vatican and I knew D.C. There's a third one that I didn't know until just yesterday when I was doing the research. London. London is one of them as well. London is one of those places. I didn't know that. So those are the three across the world: Vatican, D.C., and London. All three are their own districts on their own, separate from the country. Okay. With that in mind, this action made Washington, D.C. a foreign entity on American soil of sovereign states. It was established through a loan from the Vatican when D.C. was transferred into a city-state. And this corporate entity then ruled over the people. Citizens' rights were taken from them in this process. Exactly, London, yeah. No one realized this. When they did broker the deal to get the loan from the Vatican, they did so via the Bank of London. At that time, they transferred all the property in D.C., Columbia, over to the corporate entity of D.C., a foreign corporation. The forming of this corporation in D.C. is of major importance to understand for when President Trump signed an executive order in 2018 on election interference/fraud. That's the one that the report was due on December 18th. A lot of people thought December 18th was going to be this crazy day. Ended up getting delayed. And we ended up, once it was released, about like a week after that, or even longer, maybe 10 days after that. Actually, was it? I forget the exact date it was released. It was supposed to be the 18th, though, and it ended up being released later. And DNI, the head of the DNI, the ODNI, the officer of DNI, Ratcliffe, what ended up happening was he had to ask for an extension, not because the report could not be ready. And by the way you land on the date, December 18th, it's 45 days after every election. And that was signed in September of 2018, saying that 45 days after an election, basically all the department heads, Department of Defense, Department of Treasury, the Attorney General, all of them, right? the DNI, the head of Central Intelligence Agency, the director of Central Intelligence Agency, all that. All those department heads had to release this, all right? Release a report about their findings. And basically, it would all, the main one would be the Office of the, 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 the is it Department of National Intelligence? Director of National Intelligence? The Office of the Director of National Intelligence, Ratcliffe. So what he ended up, and by the way, if you the DNI encompasses all the intelligence agencies, to put it, pretty straightforward like that. It does not encompass, however, military intelligence, but all of the intelligence agencies. There was always 17 of them. Now there's 18. One was added. They all fall under that, including for like that guy Krebs who got fired. That was like a big deal. It was like the last post that 17 did. Krebs was part of CISA, cybersecurity. It's cybersecurity. I can't remember the rest right now, but everyone kept on saying nothing can stop what is coming, and then you take the initial of each of those words, NCS, what is coming, I believe. So WICS. And, that would all exact. So that was, but then when what was it? Oh yeah, that ended up coming out too when you took all the initials to each of those words. I didn't know this at the time. I forget who. It might have been Kelly. I mean, you might have been the one that showed me. Was it you? Somebody showed me. They sent me a text, and they took all those letters, and that ended up being a division of the CISA. I forget what it's called, but it was pretty cool. All right. So, anyways, he didn't get the report in on 45 days after the election, which was the 18th of December. Ended up coming a week to 10 days or so later. A week to 2 weeks, let's say. I'm not sure the exact thing, but it came later. And once it came in, that it was pretty big news. It might have even been 2 or 3 weeks. I'm not sure, but when that came in, once the contents of that letter kind of leaked out a couple days after, it was known that he stopped it because what was happening was all these high-level guys in the CIA, and I don't know about the NSA, but the FBI, I believe the FBI, definitely the CIA and a couple other ones, they were trying to suppress the report from saying too much about China's role. Now, mind you, this is the EO on foreign interference in the election that has nothing to do with some of the other irregularities. Now, Dominion would fall under that because they were sending the information to other countries that had the servers. They were sending to other countries. And not only that, turns out China had a bunch of money going into that company. Some people said that they even owned a good piece of it. I don't know if that's true. I'm not sure. I always heard it came from Venezuelans, but then again, I could see the connection maybe. In an indirect way, they basically, they were behind it. The Democrats were definitely behind it. Even Republicans were definitely behind it as well. But China for sure was behind it. And when the reports started coming out of some of these intelligence agencies, the head of the DNI, Ratcliffe, he's like, no. They're saying Russia. Okay, he's like, Russia might have been involved to an extent, like Iran was. But I know he knew better. Not only did he know it with common sense, but he must have had proof. Because what he did was he went back to those intelligence agencies after the 18th, or maybe leading up to the 18th, and made them show why. He knew what he knew. He already kind of knew the answer and had the proof himself. So it took longer, but they ended up basically saying, yeah, China was one of the main ones. But if you guys remember, they were really trying to put the focus on Russia, just like that hack, just like the hack that happened. They were putting the attention on Russia. Even Pakistan to an extent. So, of course, that one, China, I'm sure, I don't know for sure. I haven't heard anything, but, I heard some stuff. But, like I'm saying, like 100% fact. I'm pretty sure I heard some stuff about China playing a huge role. But they were trying to say Russia was the main ones. I don't know how much I believe that. But as far as the interference in the election, they knew China was the main one, and they were trying to say Russia was the main one. So he ended up having to go back, correct them. They basically admitted to, because this is all in the report, that the reason for the delay was people were trying to suppress the role of China. So, he said, I don't need you to give me your opinion. I just need the facts. And once the facts came in, sure enough, China was the main one, along with many other countries. So, keep going here. So yeah, the 2018 on election interference for entities both foreign and domestic, it outlined, and I know you guys know a lot of this stuff, but I'm gonna say it as if I'm explaining it to someone who knows nothing. All right. It outlined how assets would be seized. The president and the people knew and had the proof that a coup transpired out of the corporation United States of America along with other foreign nations and was ignored by the corporation in DC. Again, we're not just talking Democrats, Republicans too, just as much as we ended up seeing. Hey, where's the okay. So they continued with their illegal steal, and the military is now in the process of seizing the assets of this foreign country known as the Corporation of the United States of America. You hear that? Do you expect to hear a different country? Well, that might have, I don't know if they can exactly freeze it, but they can, for instance, I know Pakistan was involved with, to an extent. Italy was involved to an extent, even Germany. Iran, Russia, big time China, Spain, I believe. Well, we'll touch on that after. Okay, so it appears that President Trump's executive order was actually directed at the Washington, D.C. corporate swamp cabal all along. Now, I'm not going to go that far to agree with that statement. That's what I'm saying. There's a couple statements in here that are opinion, not fact. This is an article, so take the overall gist of, what I mean, but this opinion stuff like that, a couple things that were said earlier in the article, yeah, those are opinions. But they'd be smarter to say not only foreign nations but also the District of DC. Now, again, I saw this information before and I rolled my eyes at it. But it's only once I learned all kinds of other information, including what I already showed you from the 19th at, the declassification happening at that time, 4:49, even though the actual documents didn't start showing up till last night. And that's the second part of the real declass. The first little part of that declass 3 days prior was nothing we didn't know. Okay. DC is now walled in and filled with military guard. I mean, that's true. President Donald J. Trump has moved out permanently, for he cannot be president over a sovereign nation in a foreign land, which is what the White House and Capitol are. President Trump was voted in by we the people, not the corporation. After Donald J. Trump exits the White House, DC will be locked down because it will not be possible for a foreign ruler to rule over a sovereign nation. sovereign country. Therefore, the foreign ruler must be locked out. In this case, this would be a new administration. Again, some of this, it fits. It fits. I don't exactly the whole Nasara thing. There's pieces of it that fits in the big plan. I can't say I buy all of it, but the pieces that fit, I'm buying it. Just because it fits, that's why. Now, after I got to see the whole, what seems like a plan that um, makes sense to me at least. Um, then some of this, the main parts of this information makes sense. Now you see what is meant by Linwood shouts that we are in the second revolution. I see that's an opinion. We are literally watching the okay, so yeah. Oh yeah, so here's the whole thing with London and also the Vatican. Okay. All right. So what you should take out of that, the Nasara law, and what you should take out of this is that to put it very short, a very short version of it, very short, is that if that is in fact true, then technically we are being ruled over by a foreign power. A foreign power is right now stole the election. Not only and that could be said for one or two reasons. Now they said it in a way like, well, it's a foreign power because the capital is going to move and all this other stuff. I don't know if that's true. Supposedly, I've heard it in other places. That's part of the Nasara, I guess. But what I think is that if Biden was complicit with China, and not only that, but through his son and maybe directly to himself, I'm sure too, but definitely through his son, big guy, and I mean, it's pretty obvious, on top of them helping with the election, not only with logistics, but supposedly ballots. That's a rumor that's out there. But for sure through the machines. For sure through the machines, and that's what it seems like. If that's what in fact happened, then the military, under the DOD law of war code, and to be particular, the code is 11.3. You guys remember that? 11.3? First, we're going to look at it. Well, according to this, remember this, guys? From the beginning of the show. Well, here's this right here. Good catch, coincidence. So what's this say? Yeah, a lot of them get deleted after. All right, but this one says, good catch, coincidence? Important people understand for future events. This is June 25th, 2020. Assumption or intel based? Question mark. All assets, foreign and domestic, deployed. D, meaning the domestic part would be the Democrats or the Democrat Party, plus, or you know what? I think all that he's meaning right there, because you would have said it in particular. All he's saying is domestic, because a lot of Republicans would in on it just as much. So we'll say domestic plus China equals 11.3. Now, I thought that meant the election. I thought that was November 3rd. Again, right here, Kevin Kleinsmith, 11.3. I never put it together, but I knew that one was violating a certain... I knew that one was a code. Although this one's 18. See, I just thought this was the code, but it's not. it's 11.3, not 18. Okay, so voter, look at this. Now we're looking at all this, and then we're going to actually go look at the code, and you're going to see exactly what it is, and that's when it's all going to start making sense. And we're going to go over a million other things. Now, voter intimidation in national and local elections coming. See, I thought it was November 3rd, but coming 11.3. Like I said, the code, the DOD code, the the law of war. I'll pull it up. I think it's law of war. But here, let's see some of these other ones here. Now look at this, 11.3, Podesta indicted. I thought that was a date. It's not. It's saying under that code, he'll be indicted. Huma would be indicted under 11.6. Follow up to last post. Return to comments. Pelosi and John, that would be no name McCain there. Some of us refuse to say his last name for a reason. That's because he was a traitor in many different ways. When he was a prisoner, I know that he gave up a bunch of information on other people who were also prisoners of war with him. He got hurt in the accident, but while he was there, he didn't act so well, which was it was a track record for him on his Navy ship. He was doing some, John Wayne crap, and I think it was like something, I don't want to say the number wrong, but it was close to a dozen people got killed and many, many, many injured, because of, he was flying like an idiot, and I believe it was when he landed. Either that or something with ordnance, but yeah, I mean, people like burned alive. There's been a lot of crazy stuff with him. And then as a senator, and this is after running for president, ISIS called him the Godfather. And they called him the Godfather for a reason. And it's because there's pictures that ended up coming out through 1-7, which is what we're looking at right now, 1-7. What number of the alphabet, right? So that ended up coming out that, all these pictures with him, the al-Baghdadi, the leader of ISIS, the number 2 from ISIS, the Syrian, like second in line, all this crazy crap with him. All right. Follow up to last post. Okay, so this all has meaning. Everything stated. Big picture stuff. This is starting to make sense. If I almost feel like I should show you the code and then come back. What's up, Tony? Here, let me show you the code. Let me show you this code. And then you know what else I can show you even? Is there's this. Before I show you the code, let me show you this guy. This kid did a good job. I ended up finding him afterwards. Once I came across this information from X22, he does a good job of explaining it. But this kid does a good job too.
Good morning and happy Inauguration Day. I'm still completely unshakable that Donald Trump is going to be our president in the not too distant future, and I'll explain why right now. So 11.3 of the U.S. Department of Defense Law of War Manual
I said it right. Law of War
basically paraphrases that if the United States government should ever become illegitimate, infiltrated, or itself a threat to the Constitution of the United States.
See, now he doesn't, he just knows 11.3 from the post and figured it out pretty quick that this is from the DOD, and it's a way that he could see this going not necessarily Trump's way, but not Biden's way. Basically, the military would take over, which is what makes sense when you think one thing that always bothered me after the election was, well, once Trump started conceding after the supposed riots, right? Well, I guess they were riots, but after that, after the sixth, um, he started giving his he started they called it concession speeches, but I never heard a concession, anything that sounded like him conceding the election until only a couple days ago. It almost kind of sounded like it because he started saying the new administration, and even on the day of the inauguration, he would always say he never once said Biden or the Biden administration. He always said the new administration, which to me meant that, I knew all along Pence was no good. In the last video, I showed you guys that whistleblower that came forward about the stuff that him and, oh, what a coincidence, the Chief Justice that swore in, Biden himself, Pence and Roberts, what they were doing, what they had gotten into with Justice Roberts' kids, his adopted kids that he got from Epstein. Facts. So, well, if this whistleblower is to be believed, and it was Lynn Wood, I believe, that was interviewing this whistleblower. So, in my last video, if you didn't catch that, you want to catch that afterwards. That's a really interesting video. And it's not really me talking, it's just straight up the video. Anyways, so, like I said, this guy, the only thing I want to add to it, because he just seems to think it's about one thing, but it's deeper than that. It's kind of what we saw with Nassar Law, what they're saying, as far as, they're just trying to say, oh, it's because, they're a foreign power and the whole thing was about DC. No, I think it's about China and DC. It's foreign nations, and it's the fact that DC, and even if Nassar Law isn't true, okay? Because like I said, when I first heard it, I was thinking, but even just the foreign interference into the election. Well, at that point, through this DOD code of the Law of War Manual 11.3, what it states is that if a foreign power, and when you read it, it looks like an occupying nation. But in reality, in a situation like this, where you have, let's say the military has proof, which I think they do. They have proof about election interference from other countries, and that Biden was complicit in it, and it was a grand scheme they had. Well, then we would be it would be a foreign power influenced our election results. And now that he swore in, the act would be complete. The treason would be complete. Meaning a foreign power, meaning what people are calling the presidency right now, would be ruling us. And in that case, the military has, if they have proof and they know it, they have an obligation to basically create some continuity of government, but basically by them taking over, the military would take over, implement a temporary, temporary president, temporary everything, a temporary government. Now, does that mean it's Trump? No, because they would have to hold some type of, election ran by the military later. I've heard 90 days, I've heard 120 days, but I know that they would be in charge of continuing the government. So there would be something temporary and then something more permanent that they would go about. Now, the thing is, it wouldn't be Biden versus Trump at that point. No, Biden would be guilty of treason at that point, along with many others. Everyone who you felt like screwed you, they'd all be complicit of treason. It seems like a lot of people changed there at the very end when they thought Trump had no hope. Well, if this is in fact what's going on, they'd all be complicit, because the reason they're changing on a dime is because the power had changed hands or was going to change hands, and they made sure to screw Trump on the way out. So yeah, it's pretty crazy, including Pence. All right. So with that said, he has a good grasp on it. Other than that, he has a good grasp on it. It's just that what his understanding of it is different. But as far as his understanding of the code, he understands that very well.
The U.S. military needs to take control of the situation, because the U.S. military are there to protect the Constitution of the United States and its people, not governments that can be infiltrated and can be used, weaponized against the nation itself. So today, this charade, this theatrical event that we witnessed in D.C., and by the way, Kamala loved the suit. It's very George Soros, very purple, love it. What we saw today was
You guys know the whole purple thing, right? Okay. Because also Michelle Obama had the purple suit. Didn't Jill, doctor, she's not really a medical doctor, but Jill Biden, I believe, had a purple suit too.
activation of this wartime situation. So the military, for years and years, because we've known since 2016 that
Correct, Tony. I was just about to get to that. That's part of this as well. I actually had 1147 though. 1147 was the time I had on it.
foreign adversaries, private and also sovereign nations have tried to spy on Donald Trump and try and take down the United States by taking down Donald Trump. And they've done this by infiltration from within, both on the Democratic side as well as the Republican side. Well, why this 11.3 law of war?
We knew that there was election fraud. I just didn't know that this was in place. Now, if you just told me, well, the military can take the power back, they can overthrow his presidency, I'd be like, nah, if they were going to do it, they would have done it already. But because of the 1.7 posts, and you see how much 11.3 is mentioned and how it's mentioned as a part of the big plan, and it's along with Maka 1 equals the start, and then it says 11.3. Well, now it makes sense. And we know Maka 1 was the date and time of the 19th at 4:49, which is the day and time, January 19th at 4:49, that the D class happened. You put those two together, that's enough proof for me. The rest is just icing. That's enough for me, because it's almost mathematically impossible to come up with that date and time and have it never come into play until then, meaning that the election was never intended to be won in the first place. If you believe in 1.7, because everything else 1.7 came true except for the grand finale. Well, if this watch never came to fruition, the other watches did, but these other two that came out in March 27th, 2017, 2019, they never came true. And that's almost 2 years ago. And they never came to fruition. And that tells me, especially now that I see this 11.3 DOD code of the law of war manual, that this all makes sense, because that's exactly what that 11.3 deals with, is how to, if being occupied by a foreign power, how to have continuity of government. And basically it's the military taking over. We're a land of laws. You put all the pompous crap to the side, all this celebratory crap, like the inaugural address, it means nothing. As long as we're a land of laws, that 11.3 means more. And I'll just say it now. I was trying to do it on a timeline, but I'll just say it now. Also, a lot of people have been saying, well, when Biden swore in, that he doesn't say, and protect the Constitution from all from all enemies, foreign and domestic. Well, I looked that up. I did my homework on this. I've known all this since yesterday. There was a couple new things that I learned today, or that I figured out today in some cases. Other cases, it's just from listening to other people. Small channels, big channels, channels that aren't channels anymore. It's just a website like X22. Um, what was I saying? What was I just saying? Oh man, what was I just saying? What was the last thing I said? Why did just my mind go blank? I was saying 11.3. Well, the Insurrection Act, OG, you're right. Except, you know how they started, all of a sudden, it's like the media and the Democrats all seem to have learned the word insurrection after January 6th. They could have called it many other things. Technically, it would be an insurrection because we're trying, they interfered with them completing, even though the police let them in, they interfered with them completing a something in the Constitution, which is, the president of the Senate, which is the vice president, opening up the votes. And a lot of people contested that he didn't have the power. No, he did have the power to just say, hey, you know what? And challenge, and he could challenge it himself. He could basically throw those votes out because the Republicans in each of those battleground states that were up for debate, in each of those states, a set of Republican electors put up votes as well in each of those states. And that seemed to be the plan. A lot of people thought so. I thought so at the time. But it seems like that was never the plan. That was never intended to be the plan. They never thought Pence would do it anyways. And then people said, "Well, no, the Democrats have the House of Representatives, so they're just no. That's not how it works. What would happen is you only get one vote per state, not one vote per person in the House. So California's vote means about as much as the Dakotas have 2 votes. California and New York have 2 votes. I mean, you can call it unfair. It's at the Constitution. So anyway, so all of this, I find it fascinating because it all makes sense. And like I said, what really drives it home for me, if you just told me that, okay, what something in the law of war and all this stuff, it's the whole thing, but it's the fact that 1/7 predicted it and has been talking about this 11.3, which they would always refer to along with the election, leading people to just assume it's November 3rd when really it's a code. I didn't see anyone talking about this code until after things fell apart on the 6th. So, all right, we'll continue here.
Is so important is it was brought in to the Law of War manual during the McCarthy.
In fact, I didn't see anyone talking about this code until after he was sworn in, to be honest. Even this guy.
Era, which was
that includes this guy, that includes X22, and anyone else you heard talking about it. But yeah, the Insurrection Act was an option, but it almost seemed like the Democrats wanted them to do that. And this is the other things, guys. It's like, why would Trump, why would he take this chance, and let Biden swear in and make us have to see that? Well, it makes for great theater. And if it comes true, and I think it most likely could and will actually, that I just feel like uncomfortable saying it because it's so out there, yet it all lines up. So, yeah, I think it's going to happen. And you got to think of it like this. And this is also said in the 1/7 post. The president has to remain insulated. And for the reason of optics, at the very least, he has to remain neutral. Think about it. If people saw the president was still in office and he, let's say, did the Insurrection Act, it seemed like they wanted him to do that. They almost started desensitizing the public. Insurrection, 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 insurrection. Oh, now Trump does the Insurrection Act, you know? Same thing. There's also something, the Sedition Act, the Seditious Act. Same thing. Sedition, sedition, sedition. That's all they kept on talking about was sedition, right? Well, they were anticipating the other. They could only see two moves: the Insurrection Act or the Sedition Act. Seditious Act, I think it's actually Seditious Act. Something like it's either Sedition Act. Those are the only two plays they saw him making. Now, keep this in mind: the Democrats know, and the Republicans who are, basically just all these people who aren't really for the people, and they're all compromised. They all know that 1-7 is real. Unless nothing happens, then I'll say it was never real. But everything has come true that was ever stated except for the grand finale. And really, it just hasn't happened yet. And that sounds ridiculous because we just watched Biden do all this. But like I was saying, we're a nation of laws first. We have our traditions and everything, but we're a nation of laws. We're a nation of the Constitution. And this would complete their crime of treason and sedition. I mean, this is wild. So they only saw two plays. I forget what I was just saying again. Oh yeah. So the president, think about it like this. So if he had done something while he was still president, even if they did this 11.3, right? 11.3, even if they used this, and they said China interfered, China worked with them, and the military overthrew him, and Trump stayed president, or they did another election, however it worked. However they end up doing it, because it seems like there's some leeway. There's going to be a temporary and then a permanent. Except there's no one to run against them, right? So I don't know what happens then. At that point, I think by then there's going to be so much declassified as far as all the other crap that they've done that they were scared of getting in trouble with, that they wanted to get them out so bad that they actually went through with this crime, which is treason. I mean, little did they know they were setting themselves up. That's what it seems like. So if they had done this and Trump still be president and had the military overthrow Biden, and we have like two presidents for a short time, and instead of pulling Trump out, they pull out Biden. Half of this country would lose their mind. Well, maybe he could have still declassified and made them. China would fund the other side. It had to have been a situation where Trump was neutral. And also, for the sake of his reputation, for the sake of, just him being him, it was smart, I think, how they made it look, he fought till his last breath. And then at the very end, for the sake of peace and, a orderly transfer of power, and, it looked like along the way, he basically just kept getting screwed over, and he just didn't do the Insurrection Act in the end, or the Sedition Act. He didn't do either of them, and just gave it up. That's what it looks like right now, right? If we weren't learning all this. Well, I mean, it kind of fits. I mean, everyone believes it. I believed it until I learned all this information. And that way, when he can become president again, if he does. I'm assuming that's the plan. But what I do know is no. First, the military takes over, and the military decides things. And there's a few other things as far as that I want to show you guys. Some EOs he did that I didn't know about until once I learned this yesterday. I was like, huh, all right. Well, and when I say yesterday, I mean the 20th. After Biden was sworn in. That's when I started. Once I learned it, I was like, whoa. I had already known about the D class thing, and that's why it didn't make sense. I'm like, this is crazy. I'm like, but I don't see what could happen. And then I learned the 11.3, and along with many other things that we'll be going over. But those are the two big ones, at least for me. The 11.3 is the how. But in order to believe it, you need some proofs. So just it existing and the fact that 17 had talked about it so much and having to do with the election, having to do with the big picture, and at the same time, it says Maka 1 is the start. And then it says 11.3. 11.3 and Maka 1 are the start. So yeah, it's wild, and it makes sense to me that he could not be president when that happened. He had to have walked away from office, and what better way than to go out with the appearance of fighting to the end? It's just in the very end, even though a lot of people were really surprised. It's almost like he could say, "Hey, I fought to the end." He can almost like do it with a straight face. It makes it just believable. The whole thing's been believable. And some people might still think, I still think that he's not going to be president. This is just too far out there. It's too conspiracy theory-ish. And by the way, that was a term made up by the CIA. It's very effective. And that's what I thought. Until I learned, like I said, the time of the D class, the two main things are the time and date of the D class being in the 17 posts, as well as this 11.3, which is a third option that no one thought about until by nobody. I don't. If someone said I knew this was going to happen, and it does happen, and they say they knew before Biden swore in, I want to see a video. I want to see them saying it because I looked. There's nothing. There's nobody making this claim. But like many things that 17 does, future proves past, and it's only after the fact that boom, once it hits you in your face, it's like, oh, and it starts making sense. And once one domino falls, a bunch of other ones fall. And yeah, so all right, so let me keep playing this.
World War II, there was a real big concern about communists infiltrating.
And they throw in these little things, and we're gonna go over some more. But one of them, for instance, the 17 flags. That was a big one for me. That morning, I'm like, all right, this is gonna happen. He's not gonna get sworn in. That's how I was looking at it. They were going to have them all there and just arrest them. And that's why the National Guard was there. Well, it wasn't for arrests yet, at least. But the National Guard seems to have played a role. If even at the very least, and I think there's more to it than this, but even at the very least, just to make sure that no funny stuff went on, or, just to make sure that they had them looking all uneasy like they did. It didn't seem like a celebratory mood there, It was only after the fact that they seemed kind of relieved or something. Even then, they still kind of seemed like, The only one that threw me off was Clinton. But you know what? He's looking so bad right now. He looks like he might be terminally ill, and they just aren't releasing the information yet. I mean, he looked terminally ill. All right.
The United States, and we had to find a way. What was the firewall? What was going to be the very last line of defense, that even if a U.S. government was infiltrated, how could we still protect the United States and the Constitution for which it stands? And it was the military. So the military, along with
Oh man.
Good morning and happy inauguration, very George Soros, very purple. Remove these people without actually causing an armed conflict? How do we remove these people without any sort of crossfire or casualties? So they had to think of an event. They had to think of an event where they could roll this forward, and the stealing of the election was most logical, and following the rule of law was more important than anything else, because perceptions and smooth talking news anchors and all the pomp and circumstance of the inauguration itself
Exactly.
Doesn't mean anything. It's the rule of law. It's the black and white of the rule of law. And that's what I believe in. I'm not getting caught up in the emotion of all this crap. So we know that through all of the election tampering and rigging evidence that's out there, that the military is aware that this evidence is out there, and it's huge, and that foreign adversaries are involved. I mean, shit, just today, the Chinese government, or the CCP, leveled huge sanctions against Trump.
Anyone who there's, I have a lot more information I'm gonna be putting out, but that the two main pieces, at least for me to believe this, I already put forth. But there's a lot of other kind of small proofs, kind of like the 17 flags. On its own, it's curious, but once he was sworn in, none of that is enough. The what was enough was the mathematical impossibility. I've already said it a million times, but yeah, those two.
Trump and many others, and Mike Pompeo and many other people who were involved in his administration, including Steve Bannon. And they know it's because it's reactionary. They know that Joe Biden is crooked, and that and he's connected to China. And we know that Hunter Biden, by the way, did you see Hunter Biden with clothes on? Man, I couldn't believe it's like the first time I've ever.
Oh, you guys should see those pictures, man. It's with some young Asian girl. Oh, it's sick. I don't know if you guys have seen those. They're kind of hard to find.
Seen Hunter Biden with clothes today. Kind of weird. Anyway, so
speaking of end times, I was gonna end the video on this prophet. He's everything he said came true that I've heard. So it'll be a treat.
Comes back to China. We know Trump won. We know the rigging.
We still have a lot to go over before then, but it'll go quick. Whereas this needed some explaining, and I still need this guy. He's well spoken, and although he was kind of off as to how it was going to come about, because he had made the video a little before some of this stuff had time to play out, he's well spoken and understands it pretty well. So.
Was there. We know that that the involvement of China
in
doing all this, and the corruption of the government by China, by bribes, blackmail, and many other sick methods to kind of control this whole election. And the military have let it play out as safely as they can. And the DC area is a unique jurisdiction. It's like a nation inside of a nation. It's kind of got its own jurisdiction, kind of like the Vatican does in Italy, and kind of like how the city of London does in London. And so right now,
I actually learned it from this guy. So that other article, the whole Nasara law, although it doesn't mention the word Nasara, I understand that is part of the whole Nasara law thing. But, Nasara, that article is starting to make more sense now. You see what I mean? After learning the 11.3 in particular, it makes sense, because we are being a foreign power has taken control of this country in DC. And the military, if they have proof that the election was stolen, and better yet, that, Biden was complicit with China helping, well, that's it right there. He's now a invading power, which is another second reason why the troops there make sense, because it's almost keeping them in, And where did he travel? Where did they travel on Inauguration Day? They don't leave DC. He hasn't had a reason to leave DC. It's really interesting. So if afterwards you guys want to rewind and listen to that article again, if you were rolling your eyes at the time like I was at the beginning reading that article, now you know what you know, and maybe after this kid maybe clarifies it, it'll make a lot more sense.
The U.S. military, who stand for the Constitution and for the people of the United States, have surrounded this parasite, this DC. Now, these people who swore themselves in today, they're in charge of that little shithole called DC, but they're a foreign. Right now they're a foreign power occupying geographic space inside of our nation, the United States of America. And given how much connection Biden and Kamala Harris and many others have to China, and all of the election rigging that proves how many countries have been involved to try and bring down the United States, we are absolutely at war. It's just an irregular war. It's not bullets and bombs. It's way different. Remember, always come back to it. Separate your emotion from shit. Come back to the rule of law. So 11.3 Law of War states that if and when the U.S. military recognizes the threat from within, that as soon as that illegitimate government assumes control, that the military then actually is in control of the United States nation, and that illegal or illegitimate government that tried to assume control is now basically an enemy combatant. Okay? Remember those words, enemy
combatant. All right, so he says more. If you guys want to check it out, you see the name of the video. That's the only way I knew how to find it, was the name of the video. Or you just type 11.3. It's the only video that comes up regarding this this situation. Okay, so check this out. Here it is. I have it pulled up, but you know what? It's right here. So see, I already have it downloaded. Yeah, I already had it pulled up. So here we go. So 11.3. Now, in this, it sounds like when I had first read it, until I got all the pieces, it just kind of sounds like, an occupying power. But once I realized, well, they are an occupying power. And then I ended up finding this kid, and along with X-22, and it made more sense, especially this kid. So belligerent occupation, or belligerent, right, ceases when the conditions for its application are no longer. Oh, I'm sorry. So the status of is it belligerent or belligerent? I guess belligerent. I'm just gonna say belligerent. So occupation ends when the conditions for its application are no longer met. Certain GC obligations with respect to occupied territory continue for the duration of the occupation after the general close of military operations. Belligerent occupation ceases when the conditions for its application are no longer met. In particular, as discussed below, the status of belligerent occupation ceases when the invader no longer factually governs the occupied territory, which is DC, or when a hostile relation. That's why, I don't necessarily buy in, but in that article they were saying not only that actually there'd be a new capital. I don't know if that's true. I see it more likely that it stays the capital, but because if Nasara law really does happen, which it fits, that technically DC, I assume they'd be able to make it part of the United States. Well, I guess we wouldn't be the corporation of the United States. We'd be just the United States of America, right? All right, so generally, the occupying power's expulsion or complete withdrawal from the territory. So expulsion would kind of be the arrest. Would also suffice because the former occupying power generally would not be able to control sufficiently the occupied territory. Belligerent occupation also may end when a hostile relationship no longer exists between the occupying power. See, it's going to go over every possible scenario, because I think this was originally put into place if we were invaded, for instance, and part of the country was invaded and the rest of the country had to continue. And instead of having the government that we have now, the military would have to come in and put a different government in power. Basically, the military would pick the leaders for a temporary, and that's why they're going over all these different scenarios. Belligerent occupation also may end. Okay, so for example, if a new independent government of the previously occupied territory assumes control of the territory and consents to the presence of the previously occupying forces, then such a situation would no longer be considered a belligerent occupation. That's almost like, you know, basically if the military just lets this happen, and they do have proof, and they let it happen anyway, which would be a dereliction of duty. But all right, I don't see a scenario where that happens. If they have the proof, they're doing this, and I think they have the proof, and I think they're doing this. All right. I gotta stop doing. I'm just gonna read it straight. Similarly, if a peace treaty legitimately transfers the territory to the sovereignty of the occupying power, then the occupying power would no longer be characterized as such. However, an occupying power is not permitted under the law of belligerent occupation to annex occupied territory. Here's the second part of it. In the home territory of parties to the conflict, the application of the GC shall cease on the general close of military operations. In the case of occupied territory, the application of the GC shall cease 1 year after the general close of military operations. So basically, that's the maximum, 1 year after military operations. Once they're not operating in a, basically fighting or making military maneuvers against this occupying power, for 1 year after that ceases, they have to they would have to stop. Okay. For the duration, to the extent that such state exercise the functions of government in such territory by the provisions of the following articles of GC. 1 through 12. General provisions and common articles. The protecting power continues to function, and the derogation for security reasons continues to apply. So that would be, okay, so 27, 29 through 34, humane treatment. 47, preserves right. Then remind you, this is law, so it's going to be a tough read, and it's going to cover every possible scenario. I mean, that's the way law is. 47, preserves rights. It's also going to be, repeating. Preserves rights as against change by annexation or arrangement with the local authorities so long as occupation lasts. 49, transfers, evacuation, and deportation. 51, 52, prohibitions against certain compulsory service and protection of workers. 53, respect for property. 59, 61, 63, facilitating relief programs. 64, 77, criminal proceedings. Ooh, that's interesting. And 143, access by protecting powers in the ICRC. The 1 year time limit for the cessation of the application of the GC, apart from the provisions that continue to apply to the extent that the occupying powers exercises the functions of government in occupied territory, was proposed to account for situations like those of Germany and Japan after World War II. In that case, we were the occupying power. AP 1 provides that the 1949 Geneva Conventions and AP shall cease to apply in the case of occupied territories. Oh, I didn't know that. On the termination of the occupation. Coalition partners that are occupying powers and parties to AP 1 would be bound by this rule. In any case, individuals entitled to GC protection who remain in the custody of the occupying power, basically like the people living in DC for now, following the end of the occupation, retain that protection until their release. Now, the thing is that we don't really have to know all this, to be honest with you. And by the way, in the 17 posts, 11.3 leads to 11.4. And just to tell you that what that is, it's the legal position of the occupying power. And then you go on, the occupying power to govern the enemy territory temporarily. The limitations on the power of occupying power stemming from its lack of sovereignty over occupied territory. Now, again, this is a situation, they kind of wrote this with that in mind, that, if we were invaded or something like that, or a war happened, something like that. So basically, it's pretty straightforward in this situation because they would be considered an occupying power especially with this foreign election fraud, which that EO from September 2018 outlines, that the one that was due in December 2018, um, because what they say in that report, we know that they list a bunch of countries, but in particular China. That's the reason it was delayed. Actually, like I was saying earlier, was that the intelligence community was suppressing the fact that China was a major role, and they were, and the DNI Ratcliffe wasn't having that. So basically, in this situation, it's not like they have a an army where they could actually take on the U.S. military. I mean, I guess. I mean, if we're implicating them, we're implicating China. I don't know, unless Chinese military, but I don't see that. I think it would just be what it is, and they would just get arrested. But it's for the sake of being able to point to this law why the military has the right to go in and end what's going on there. Now, when is this going to happen? I don't know. If you're going by 17, I mean, the 19th ended up being the time of the D class. That on the time it said 19, where it would have the day of the month. Well, also within that was on the other one, it was, some people say, I think it's 306. Was it 306 or 305 as I see it? Some people say 306, I see 305. And that had a 27 in it. So one could think maybe the 27th. You know, um, I've heard the 22nd, I've heard the 24th, I've heard the 27th, I've heard the 30th. Some people think the 10 days of darkness is really going to actually finally be. I know I've had some really good attempts at the 10 days of darkness. I thought it was pretty sound. The Gregorian calendar and the Julian calendar, the 10 days were added or taken away, I should say, in order to make it line up, because they were starting to miss the summer equinox. I mean, the summer solstice was off. All of them, the winter solstice, they were all off a little bit. So that's what I thought it was, but this could very well be it, dark to light. And also, here's another. So dark to light is one, and that's what it could be, the 10 days of darkness, which is this time period where everyone thinks that Trump lost, and it sucks, only to find out that there was a master plan in the end. Okay, so we're going to start going faster now that we kind of got that out of the way. That 11.3 needed to be covered. I probably covered it too much. I probably went too long on that. I just wanted to drive it home in a few different ways. So now let's look at this. So 11.3, proof to begin 11.3. This will start to hopefully make more sense to you now. This all has meaning. Above that, you see right here, right? This all has meaning. Everything's stated. Big picture stuff. Few positions allow for this direct knowledge. Proof to begin 11.3. Think about it logically. The only way is the military, fully controlled, save, and spread once 11.3 verifies as first marker. Biggest advance drop on poll. And then we know that the first marker also, if you guys remember, underneath the watch, it said marker 1. Biggest advance drop on poll. And then right here, on POTUS's order, we have initiated certain fail-safes that shall safeguard the public from primary fallout, which is slated to occur 11.3. And we thought that was November 3rd. No. Upon the arrest announcement of Mr. Podesta, actionable 11.4. These are laws instead. Confirmation to the public of what is occurring will then be revealed and will not be openly accepted. Public riots are being organized in serious numbers in an effort to prevent the arrest and capture of more senior public officials. On POTUS's order, a state of temporary military control will be actioned and special ops carry out. And then it also says false leaks have been made. Here it says good catch, coincidence, important people understand for future events, assumption or intel based, all assets, foreign and domestic, deployed. Domestic plus China equals 11.3. And then we have Kevin Kleinsmith. He's the one that changed the FBI documents. And the FISA on Carter Page, basically what he did was Carter Page was a CIA asset, but when the CIA let the FBI know, and then there was a document that said Carter Page is a CIA asset, an FBI document. He changed it under the direction of Comey. He changed it to say that he is not a CIA asset. And there's a big difference there, or else that FISA would have stopped right then and there. I'm only going to read where it says 11.3. So now, voter intimidation in national and local elections. Coming 11.3. You know, you can see why people thought, like myself, that it was November 3rd. Okay, and then, so, you know, this has been talked about over and over, and it all matches. It all has to do with the election, the big picture. Okay, so also, now, this was characterized, and this is something that I didn't see anywhere else. There's a few things I didn't see anywhere else. Scare tactics, no. That's not it. It's a scare event is what I'm looking for. Where is it? Oh man, it must be in caps. That's what I hate about this. If it's in caps, you gotta like do it exactly right. I know it's here. I should have looked it up first. Oh man. Basically, what it says is a scare event needed. Where's scare? Oh, they want you scared. No. On and on. Oh. Poet Kool-Aid with Rush, will cause wrong, will destroy the world. On and on. Knowingly false, fear, and scared. So that's not it. 5 equals start. If I don't find it real quick, I'll just tell you though. They talk about a scare event. Have you ever witnessed a DEF CON scare? Have you ever witnessed unauthorized missile fired? Well, that must be referring to Hawaii. They are scared. This one says. All right. right, I'm not going to hold it up for this. I'll come back to it later, but basically they talk about what's being talked about is a scare event. A scare event is talked about. I'll find that. I'll find that. Okay, so let's continue. So now, when Biden was sworn in, by the way, so like I was saying before, when he was sworn in, a lot of people say, along with all, like one of the things they say that they think makes it not a legitimate swearing is that he doesn't say foreign and domestic, from enemies, foreign and domestic. Well, I looked it up yesterday, and what I found was that for vice president, for military, for Congress, for House Representative and for Senate, you have to do it. That's what you have to do. If you notice, the V for Harris, Kamala Harris, she says it, but he doesn't. And the fact is, president doesn't have to. So a lot of people got that wrong. All they had to do was look it up, and they would have seen the law. In the law, you don't have to say that part if you're a president. Same thing with the being of sound mind. You take the oath. You don't have to say that part as president either. I mean, that was another part that people thought wasn't done right. But here's something that is legit according to law. Biden was sworn in. In the law, it states as much that the outgoing president is president up until noon, right? In a normal transition of power. They're president until noon. At 12:01, you swear in, and then that's when you take the oath and go through it all, and then you're the president. Then they announce you as the president, and you give your inauguration speech. Well, and I noticed this at the time. I just didn't know it was actual law. It's in the law that you swear in after 12, and that the outgoing president is president until noon. That's in the law. Like it's written in the law, so it has to be followed. And this is another part that's kind of weird. He was sworn in. I had it. I saw Tony put it at 11:48. I had it, and then I heard someone else mention 11:50. I had it at 11:47 personally. So 11:47. I guess 11:48 could be so too. Maybe a change to 11:48 during it. I heard other people just kind of round up and they said 11:50, but I know that he was swearing in. The beginning was at 11:47, at least according to my. Yeah, I had the phone, so, and then it went to 11:48 during it, maybe. I just know it started then. So because he would have been done swearing in before 12, according to what I'm not a lawyer, but according to how the law is written, I wonder if that would even add to him not being legitimate. Now, if it was just that, they could just swear him in again, They could just swear him in again, no problem. So it's not that big of a deal, but I don't think it happened by accident. Which, to add to that, when he came to the Capitol, every president, since they started flying to the Capitol, the government, not Trump, but the government sends out, not the outgoing president, this is like, that's like saying the outgoing president makes sure the president-elect, has Secret Service and military protection. Well, with Biden, he had a jet he didn't have a jet sent for him where he came in on a government jet. He had to fly into the Capitol on a private jet. And on top of it, they had him swear in way before 12. And I looked, both things have never happened before. Every president, since they started sending a government jet to get you, just like they send you the Secret Service, and that protection, just like they give you military protection, just like you get those things, which he did get those things. At least it's, I mean, from what we see, he did get those things. Well, I think he would know if he didn't get those things. I think he really thinks that he's president. I mean, I really think he thinks that. And I guess he is technically until the military goes in and goes to overthrows him, or at least like, makes proclaims to do it. Um, I don't know when they would get the proof. Maybe they're going through it. Maybe they're deciding, and they don't really have an option. But according to law, they have to. It's an obligation they have to do if they know that you know he is technically a foreign power occupying DC as the president with help from a actual foreign power like China, or even if it is Russia, any foreign power. But we know China is the one with him. And on top of it, we all know that they took a bunch of money. At the very least, his son took a bunch of money and referenced him as big guy. So those two things I found very interesting. Neither of those things have ever happened before. There's never been a president that had to fly a private jet in. Every other president got a government jet to come in on. Also, every other president is sworn in at 12:01 or later, I guess. I know that there's never been one early like this. Both of those things have never happened before. So I found that to be pretty interesting as well. Okay. Also, I don't know if you guys caught this. Let's see. Oh. A couple things here. Um, all right, now that we know this, let me see. I'm sorry, I'm looking in the wrong spot. It's on Telegram. No, I'm sorry. It is on Twitter. I just had to go further. Okay. Check this out. This is something I don't know if it's ever happened. As far as I've seen, I never experienced seeing this in the military, and I've never seen it by anyone else in the military. But I know that it's something talked about. For instance, like if a mayor is siding with Black Lives Matter instead of the cops, the police officers, when they see the mayor somewhere, they'll all turn their backs to the mayor. Well, when Biden, there was some debate as to was this really from his motorcade. It later came out that yes, this is from the motorcade, and you can tell by the house. So the ones who are facing him, who decided to face the president's motorcade, you could tell like they're anticipating the president's motorcade. Whereas the other ones, they're purposely giving the president's motorcade their backs. Now, I found out this was coming back from laying the wreath at the tomb of the unknown soldier, and coming back to the White House. They go. Oh, all right, good. I thought they took the video down. All right, good thing. I hope too many people didn't leave or anything. All right, I thought they took the video down there for a second. Damn, I was convinced they dropped the video. I don't know what happened there. All right, you guys can see me, right? So if you guys didn't hear me, I think you guys did hear me. This would be this is basically them turning their back on his motorcade. All right, thank you, John Mello. Thank you. This is the National Guard that was there, turning their back on the motorcade. They seemed to wait to do it until he was coming back from the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. And at this point, the cameras weren't really following it, and this was only caught from inside the motorcade. All right, here we go. Check this out. The first ones are all facing, and notice this next group. Back to the motorcade. This is inside the motorcade. I've never seen anything like that, with your back to the president. On top of that, on top of everything else, and then the 17 flags with Trump. They didn't send him a government jet. First president ever to have to come in a private jet. First president ever to be sworn in, finish the whole swearing well before 12. A lot of weird stuff. Trump with 17 flags. Also that night. So if you guys, you know what, maybe I'll just play. So Trump at his speech, at his farewell. What is it? Oh yeah, send off, right? We'll be back in some form. And it's towards the beginning of the speech. This is only 2 minutes. What the hell? Richard, I'm trying to show you this just to tell you one thing.
To develop a vaccine. We have 2 out. We have another one coming almost immediately. And
all right. And he's in such a good mood here. There's only one little thing I'm trying to show, and I got my charger right here.
What else has to be said, right? But what we've done, that's true, honey. Great job. What we've done has been amazing by any standard. We rebuilt the United States military. We created a new force called Space Force. That in itself would be a major achievement for a regular administration. We were not a regular administration. We took care of the vets, 91% approval rate.
Little weird things like that don't fit too. Right there. I didn't think about that till now. We weren't a regular administration. Yeah, true, but it almost seems like he's trying to drive another point home. Just observing right now. It came to my mind. That's kind of, But there's this something different that he says. It's when he says, like the economy, is doing so well, and in the pandemic, and then it's gonna go up. It's gonna go up. It's gonna take off and go up, up, up like a rocket ship. That's what I want to play, and I'll tell you the significance of that.
They've never had that before. The vets have given us, the VA, the vets have given us an approval rating like has never been before. We took care of our vets and our beautiful vets. They were very badly treated before we came along. And as you know, we get them great service, and we pick up the bill, and they can go out and they can see a doctor if they have to wait long periods of time.
Oh, and of course, we said there was 17 flags behind him.
We got it so that we can sadly get rid of people that don't treat our vets properly. We didn't have any of those rights before when I came on. So our vets are happy, our people are happy, our military is thrilled. We also got tax cuts, the largest tax cut and reform in the history of our country by far. I hope they don't raise your taxes. But if they do, I told you so. And if you look at the regulations, which I consider the regulation cuts to be
Oh
made.
yeah, they're definitely not supposed to do that. Definitely not. I mean, I've never seen anything like that. But yeah, I bet you some people will get disciplined. Except when so many do it. I mean, all 50 states were represented. Ends up being 65,000. So it sounds like some conventional troops, not just National Guard, was there.
Had such good job numbers. The job numbers have been absolutely. We started, had we not been hit by the pandemic, we would have had numbers that would never have been seen. Already our numbers are the best ever. If you look at what happened until February a year ago, our numbers were at a level that nobody had ever seen before. And even now, we really built it twice. We got hit. Nobody blames us for that. The whole world got hit, and then we built it again. And now the stock market is actually substantially higher than it was at its higher point prior to the pandemic. So it's really, you could say we built it twice. And you're going to see incredible numbers start coming in if everything is sort of left alone. Be careful. Very complex. Be careful. But you're going to see some incredible things happening. And remember us when you see these things happening, if you would. Remember us, because I'm looking at elements of our economy that are set to be a rocket ship up. It's a rocket ship up. We have the greatest country in the world. We have the greatest economy in the world. And as bad as the pandemic was, we were hit so hard, just like the entire world was hit so hard. Places that thought they got away with it didn't get away with it. They're suffering right now. We did something that is really considered a medical miracle. They're calling it a miracle.
So you heard them, and that's all I wanted to play with. That it's simple, but it's it's certain things like that where it doesn't fit. It's just kind of why say this is a planned speech. Why say maybe the other one I could buy as just being a coincidence, but no, a planned speech to say it's gonna go up like a rocket ship up, and then not just say it once like off the cuff, but then say it a second time like a rocket ship up. So when I heard it, I took note of it, and I was like, I wonder what he means by that. It seemed like he went out of his way to say it. Like, I know this is a prepared speech. Why would he? I know he goes off the cuff sometimes, but you can kind of tell he's going out of his way to say it. So that same day, the 20th. So this is on the 20th, same day as that speech. SpaceX successfully launches 17th Starlink mission from Kennedy Space Center. On its own, okay, interesting, but okay, 17 is bound to come up at some point with some piece of news. But he points directly to the rock. It just seems like they're pointing to something. 17th letter of the alphabet, like every other time they say 17. Have you guys ever seen the videos of him just saying how often he would say 17? Trump uses the word 17. There's a funny video of him just saying 17 like a million times, but you know what? It's gonna be tough to find. They probably It probably got censored. Damn, I don't see it. I think it got censored. It's a wicked funny video. It's like ridiculous. Um, oh man. Yeah, you know what? It's really hard to find. Either that or it got censored. Okay, not a big deal. I wasn't even planning on showing it. It just came to my mind just to show you guys. Like, it's ridiculous. It was like a long video every time he says 17. Anyway, so that day it stuck out to me just because it stuck out to me at the time, but it was only later I so just another on its own, nothing really. But when you consider everything, and with 17 flags behind them on the 17th launch of SpaceX, I find it a little bit more significant there. All right, so let's see, what else do we got here? What else do I got for you? Oh yeah, yeah. So let's go into this. So just to show you what I was talking about earlier with this. Some of this stuff makes a lot more sense now. For instance, the military is the only way. See, the declassification of all requested documents and more will occur. We knew. I mean, it was a given. The Obama Gate would definitely be declassified. That was the beginning. That was the start, as it said, along with 11.3. That was marker one. But there's going to be a lot more, as they see. Transparency is the only way forward. Define the following: treason, sedition, subversion, conspiracy to commit. Dot dot dot. See this conspiracy to commit foreign election interference in election. I don't know how they'd word it. This will be on our timetable. Dot 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 dot, and we will deliver transparency and prosecution. There is simply no other way. So also they say like the military is the only way, which made sense in some way, military tribunals, but makes sense in a whole different way now because military is the only way, meaning literally the only way. Like the military literally will have to overthrow, and that'll be the beginning of it, which I find fascinating. But before the military overthrows them, there would have to be or simultaneously, have to be declassification of all their past crimes, the real sick stuff, the type of stuff that, they get the dirt on each other with kids and, that's according, if you watch my last video, a whistleblower came forward. Lynn Wood is interviewing this whistleblower, and he came forward and he's talking about Pence and Roberts and what they're doing with kids, in particular Roberts' adopted kids that he got from Epstein. All this is said in my last video, if you guys want to check it out afterwards. So I didn't even, this all is like coming to my head like as I'm doing it, right? So transparency is the only way. See, the whole thing is the only thing that sucks if I don't do it ahead of time so I know exactly how to type it. Sometimes it's caps, sometimes the first letter is caps, sometimes only one word's caps. but if you guys follow 17, you definitely know that one. Military is the only way, as well as from actually the first post ever. All right, trip added coordinated effort to misdirect, guide to read the crumbs necessary to continue, attach graphic is correct, link graphs are incorrect, false, timestamps in order is critical, re-review graphic each day, post news release, learn to distinguish between relevant and non-relevant news, disinformation is real, disinformation is necessary. Example, US, and then we got ML, military, then we have National Guard, NG, and it says one, false, Saudi Arabia, true. But it's given an example of disinformation that kind of stuck out to me too. What was it I saw in this one? Oh, it wasn't even that one. It was up here. What was it? Oh, up here. See this first one. Some of us come here to drop crumbs, just crumbs. This is the first time. This is the first post ever by 1-7. POTUS is 100% insulated. Now, everyone's thinking they're talking about back then, the 29th of October 2017, which is the first day, and this is the first post by 1-7. Well, 2 years later, on that same exact date, one year later or 2 years later, I forget, but it's a 1 year or 2 year delta, meaning the same exact date was the first day of Durham, which, by the way, that Durham report makes a little bit more sense why it's not coming. Yet the whole time he's like, I'm sick of waiting for it and acting like, now it makes sense. It was never intended to come out. If this is indeed the plan, which I think it is, it fits. POTUS is, and this is referring to now, by the way. This would be referring to now. POTUS is 100% insulated. Any discussion, suggestion he's even a target is false. Information that POTUS will not be addressing nation on any of these issues as people begin to be indicted and must remain neutral for pure optical reasons. And exactly what I said before, that the reason he couldn't be president, and it makes sense, there would be a civil war. I mean, supposedly there's going to be, it's optically, it's going to be the military that's doing it. And people won't be able to say, oh, well, he's the commander in chief, he's ordering them to do it, or he's having some type of, no, he walked away. He fought hard, but walked away. That's how a normie's going to look at it. It's purely for optics. Of course he knew, but it's purely for optics, and he must remain neutral for pure optical reasons. That was the point I was trying to make before, why it had to be done after. Like, why did we have to sit through this? If they're going to do it anyways, just do it. Well, one, the treason had to be complete, and two, he had to be able to have some plausible deniability. And like it says here, purely for optical reasons. Makes sense. To suggest this is the plan is false and should be common sense. Focus on military intelligence / state secrets. So that would be, in particular, I would say the 10th Mountain and the military just overthrowing in general. And by the way, you guys know the whole Red 1, Red 2, Red 3. We'll look at that too. So military intelligence / state secrets, which is going to be part of the declassification, the further declassification that will lead technically foreign power. that has occupied the territory of DC. Whether or not that's even the capital anymore, or whether or not any of that Nasara stuff is true, I don't know. It fits, but I don't know about that stuff. It's not my expertise. I just thought it fits. What Supreme Court decision opened the door for sitting president to activate? What must be showed? Well, basically, they have to show. So what was the? I think it had something to do with what happened in 1867. The Rutherford. It's a different election with Rutherford Hayes and I forget the other guy. That one. And I don't know what the Supreme Court decision is, but there was a Supreme Court decision after that. Either that or 18 or the one with Andrew Jackson. I mean, it's one or the other, 1876 or 1871, something like that. Again, there are a lot more good people than bad, so have faith. This was a hostile takeover from an evil, corrupt network of players, not just Democrats. We've learned that. Don't fool yourself into thinking Obama, Soros, Roths, Clintons, etc. have more power present day than POTUS. Again, this is intended for now, not then, so, it's interesting. Follow the money, it's the key. What is Pelosi's net worth by way of one example? Why, coincidentally, is her memory apparently going? Cover for possible future indictment to plead what? What if John M., later to be referred to as No Name, never had surgery and that was a cover? And they're talking about the surgery on his brain. The cover for the cancer, I would assume. And that was a cover for a future out if needed against prosecution. Why did Soros transfer his bulk public funds to a nonprofit? Note, this doesn't include massive slush funds that are pulled by several high-ups. Why did Soros' son have several meetings with Canadian Prime Minister? And how is that related to Clinton's? Why is MS-13 a priority? Well, we ended up finding out late after this, they killed Seth Rich, who by WikiLeaks, along with more, I'm sure. Could people pay such gangs to kill opponents? And why/how to insulate against exposure? The truth is mind-blowing and cannot not fully be exposed. These people are evil. Operation Mockingbird, which we find out is the 4 a.m. talking points given to the media. Okay, so there's much more to because things are coming to my head as I'm doing it too. I forget. See, I just assume I'm gonna remember. Okay. What about people I've been waiting for years for the saga? Don't hold your breath. Yeah, I was never big on that stuff. I found it really interesting when Santa Surfing first came out with that stuff. But you know what though? From what I understand about Nasara, it fits. The aspects that I know of it, it fits. It's really interesting. It fits right along with 11.3 and everything to do with it. The whole what is starting to materialize as we go over all this stuff as the plan. You guys can kind of see how a lot of the and by the way, there's so many things. Just in this video, things that came to my mind about like posts I should show you guys. Some I've been able to show you, some I haven't. Was it something to do with? I can't think of it right now. There was just one I was thinking of as I was reading that I wanted to show you. That would be good. I can't think of it. All right. So, what else do I have to show you here? Let's see. Stuff that I don't it could be something different, but it's really interesting. Hold on, let me see those. Let me see what else. Okay, so let's look at these. There's the 17 flags. Oh yeah, by the way, so when he was getting sent off, you know what that is? That's the scepter of power. Scepter of power that's being held. I hate that they drew it because you can hardly even make it out. But that's the scepter of power. It's a lot more visible when you don't have the drawing over it. When you go back and watch the video, you'll see them holding this. If you, especially, I went to this video, Right Side Broadcasting. You guys know them, right? RSBN. Okay. And then you guys might have seen this. I saw this right away at the time too. This made me think that something was going to happen right before he was sworn in. So I don't know who this is, but if you look at, I mean, this is on Marine One leaving the White House. You see, he's doing the same symbol that Trump does. And people think, oh, he's doing the, why is he doing a pyramid? Well, he's kind of mocking them, and tip of the spear, which, by the way, on his family's crest, his real last name is Drumpf, by the way. On his family's crest, they have a spear. Also, in his, you know that he went to a military academy for high school. His whole class is shaped like a spear, like a tip of a spear, like a triangle, and he's the front. He's the front guy in that whole thing. So there's a lot of a lot of people say like the whole tip of the spear thing. Not only is in his family's crest, but you know that military photo, and there's some other stuff too. But we, at the very least, we know that this is what he does with his hands. This guy's doing it too. Who is he that important? It's not like he's on Air Force One where, you know, it's a lot of space. This is Marine One, going from the White House to Andrews Air Force Base, where he's switching to Air Force One. Who is this? I don't know. I was thinking, because I don't know what he looks like, there's someone named, and this guy's very interesting, Ezra Cohen Watnick. And I had always heard the name because, and I found it interesting because of this. I heard his name first here. See? Mandate charged to Aaron Cohen Watnick, defense. He was with the DIA, Defense Intelligence Agency. And here he is again, where it shows that he's part of Defense Intelligence Agency. And then way back, September 2nd, this is over a year before that, he gives that same name, Ezra Cohen Watnick. Now, I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it. I don't know if this is like, if they did a story on it. But I ended up finding out Ezra Cohen Watnick, at the end of the administration, in particular, oh, you know what? I'll just show you this video. I know I can show you. Okay. This is it.
Skechers and the Petco Foundation would like to thank you for supporting Bob's from Skechers Footwear and Accessories. For every pair sold, Skechers makes a donation to help save pets in need, and Skechers has already.
So this is the Secretary of Defense, right? Miller, who, by the way, is a. So here we go. So this is Secretary of Defense Miller. This is him. This is actually really interesting. So this is him. So in the video, you're going to see the Secretary of Defense, Miller. and he gets introduced. If this one shows him being introduced, he gets introduced by Ezra Cohen Watnick, okay, who I'm assuming had moved at this point from the DIA to the Secretary of Defense, and then he ends up switching up. Only it was in late December or mid December. Around mid December, like I remember it was right before the 18th, he ends up being sworn in to the like declassification. Basically, he was in charge of declassifications, of getting them done. Of course, it's Trump that orders it, but he was in charge of it. A lot of people think that he's 1/7. That's been a rumor forever because it was never explained. Okay, why you keep mentioning this Ezra Cohen Watnick guy? Well, not only does he introduce the Secretary of Defense, but on that day, it's Veterans Day, 11.11, which also carries some significance. As you'll see here. POTUS meaning Putin or no. All right, midterm election, days prior, 11.11. No. What must happen pre-11/11? 11/11 provided as strategic marker post-midterm, so after the midterms. Red wave coming, strength, justice. America would be unified again. But the thing is, this is 11/11, and then it goes on to say 18. Whereas, of course, last November 11th was, which is this day, right here. So this isn't just for Veterans Day, but this is also, is it the Defense Authorization Act? Some act goes into power that day.
We're gathered today for a signing ceremony.
So I believe this is Ezra.
Outlined in Section 922 of the fiscal year 2017 National Defense Authorization Act. For nearly 4 years, the Department of Defense has planned and prepared to implement this important legislation.
So and they talk about for years they've been talking about doing this. Well, this is that 11.11, the Defense Authorization Act. And it's so there's Ezra Cohen Watnick, to my understanding, and he introduces Miller. This ends up being a key piece. And
special operations
this is Ezra Cohen Watnick.
To a level on par with military departments.
This is Ezra Cohen Watnick.
As authorized.
I was going to say, I thought he was younger.
By Congress.
This is him.
As
That's
we
right.
enact
He had
these
a beard.
reforms,
That's right.
we follow the vision of President John F. Kennedy, who predicted the rise of special operations.
So that's him. And by the way, Miller's background is a special operations guy. He's a special. We don't have to watch the video, but if you guys want to check it out, acting defense minister holds
This
a
reform will immediately improve
troop event,
agility
Fort
to the
Bragg,
department
North
and the
Carolina,
command,
November
and will enable
18th.
us to
Oh wait, November 18th. Okay, so there's another event on 11.11, and then the Defense Authorization Act, when Ezra Cohen Watnick introduces them, is a week later, November 18th. Okay. But anyways, the point that I was getting at is that Ezra Cohen Watnick is moved to the declassification. It's like one person's job is like this, being in charge of declassification. The declassification department. I mean, I think it's part of the executive branch, and I know that he was the one that went there. I got this information from Mike Adams, by the way, and he's really good. He doesn't just put something out. If he's guessing at something, he lets you know. So that's where I heard that. So that was some real interesting stuff when I heard that. Okay. These are things I didn't even plan on going over. They're coming to my mind as I go, to be honest with you. Just stuff that I'm like, oh, I should say that. By the way, when does a bird sing? So this is Now, this might be a reach to some people. I don't think so. Is with all the other things that line up, this is too. So, Amanda Gorman, the black, what is it, laureate poet or whatever, shares that the caged bird ring she wore at the inauguration was a special gift from Oprah. I mean, they go out of their way to say that. I don't know why her ring is so important. I guess because it's from Oprah. It is a tribute to her idol, Maya Angelou, who wrote, I Know Why the Caged Bird Sings. And to anyone who falls 17, that might make a bell go off. When does a bird sing? That's exactly right here. When does a bird sing? When does a bird sing? I always thought the answer was like either like in the morning or is that like a saying in a cage, right? So in a cage, when does a bird sing? In a cage. So are they trying to point to when the arrests happen, or that they already made some arrests and that's going to lead to some bigger arrests because they're, like a rat, a bird singing, you sung like a bird, you rat someone out. Allison Mack, Navixim arrest date. When does a bird sing? So see, some of these other arrests that we know about probably led to some bigger ones or bigger ones to come. So it's not just political arrests that are going to go down. We've known this all along. If you 417, you know it's Hollywood arrests. It's all of this. And a lot of those Hollywood arrests have to do with kids as well as the political arrests. In the Hollywood way, they're just kind of sick like that. And in the political way, and it's more to do with Satanism. Whereas the political, it might have to do with Luciferian, being Luciferian as well, but it's usually more so a way of being trusted. As long as you all have some like unspeakable dirt on each other, well, you're all gonna go along and do what you're told to do. Once you're compromised, you can become powerful. They say you only make it so far in politics or even Hollywood with some dirt on you, with some real bad dirt. The worse the dirt, the more you're trusted. So Snyderman resigns, date, coincidence, eyes wide open, kind of like a double play, like waking up and also, eyes wide open, you can see it, and the movie, obviously, with the satanic cults, watch NYC, watch California. Think image drop, think op. Think united. When does a bird sing? Everything has meaning. And then I in a box, a kill box. Counter narrative went out at 4 a.m. to MSM, which we now know as Operation Mockingbird. Russian bots. These people are really, really stupid. Desperation, fear. When does a bird sing? Nobody is safe. No deals. MSM contractors. Goodbye. Fight, fight, fight. Twitter rants can be harmful. Lesson learned. How about Sierra C? How about 22 slash Singapore? When does a bird sing? Goodbye, C. For the coming days ahead, it's going to say, when does a bird sing? So at the last two lines there, follow the money. When does a bird sing? So you get the point. Over and over with the when does a bird sing? So I put, when does a bird sing? So now if you weren't aware of that, shares that the caged bird ring she wore at the inauguration was a special gift from Oprah. Imagine she was a patriot and she just showed up and she was wearing that, and it might have been a special gift from Oprah, but when she was 12 or something, I don't think so. Usually if you have something like that happen to you, I don't know. I think your chances of being that talented go down. That sounds kind of cold, but it's just psychologically true. Unfortunately, that's why it's such a horrible thing. I mean, not only physically, but if I could possibly even think to even say it, I mean, emotionally, obviously, what it does to their development. Okay. Oh, by the way, this is just unrelated, but United Kingdom accuses big tech of deploying algorithms to manipulate the lives of its residents. Launches an investigation. I found that interesting because this, by the way, isn't just for the United States. This is global. It's going to be global. Okay. And then also at the inauguration, this is from the Hunger Games. You remember this? The Mockingjay from the Hunger Games. They wear that pin. She has a huge one, but that's the same thing. The Mockingjay. And by the way, if you guys some of the satanic symbolism, it's like she's wearing like from the side. It looks like a serpent around her head with the blonde and black woven in, going around her head like a braid. But then it pops out at one point like a head of a serpent. Um, if that might be a reach, but what isn't a reach, because I actually predicted it. I told him, I said, I bet you she wears black, white, or unless the white count, sometimes they use the skin as the white, like if it's a black person, for instance, Stacey Abrams. So when she did that cover, that one eye picture, if you saw that, she used her skin to account for the black, and she wore white, whereas someone white will wear black, as long as you have the black white duality. And then you have a splash of red or a lot of red with a splash of gold, or a lot of gold with a splash of red. As long as you have gold and red with a black white duality and nothing else. Gold and red with a black white duality. That is Luciferianism. And we know that somebody that 1-7 goes over a lot is Marina Abramovich, and that is her she's Marina Abramovich's like top student, you know? So that's legit. I've known that for a long time. The gold and the red. Usually it's like a splash of one of them, but as long as it's golden red with black white duality, and they can use the skin color. If it's someone who's black and they're not wearing black, they're just wearing white, that's a black white duality. Same as like the black white checkerboards on the Mason, on like the Freemason temples on their floor. It's all over movies. And you have, but then there's no other colors, no green, no blue, no anything else. Black, white, except you can use skin color to account for one of them, and then gold and red. Every time, doesn't fail. When I heard Lady Gaga was singing, I said, "I bet you she does." And by now, man, I point it out whenever I see it. If you guys ever look at the Stacey, just if you actually, I could probably just pull it up. Stacey Abrams, one eye. I'll put. Yeah. See that? With Lady Gaga, she has white skin and she's wearing all black, gold, and red. Other way around, black, wearing all white, gold, and red. And you have to be wearing it, So she has the gold on, the gold there, the gold there, the red lips. And then and then also as above, so below. Of course, her desk reflects, it has like a mirror quality to it. You see the desk, as above, so below. It's an obvious one. Also, obviously, one eye, and she's using the American flag to do that. All right. What else? What else? Just want to make sure I covered everything I want to cover here. All right. What do I got here? I forgot. Oh, check this out, guys. Check this out. I figured this out today. All right. I didn't figure it out. I saw it somewhere today. But this is really interesting. This is really interesting. Okay. Now, you see here, this is from the White House, right? By the way, fun fact, the inauguration ceremony, including the speech and all that, it had it ended up the White House ended up taking it down. They ended up taking it down from their site, just like they took this video down. If you look here, this symbol right here, the symbol next to 18 hours ago is that's an unlisted. This is unlisted. If you go to the White House YouTube page, this won't be there. It's unlisted. The only way you can get to this video is with the link. I'm not sure if it's the same thing with the inauguration. I just know that it's gone. They actually took it down that night. The night of the inauguration, they took down the video of him doing the inauguration speech and basically the swearing in, the inauguration speech and all that. And I was like, wow, that's weird, until I saw someone had a screenshot of it. It was something like 4,000 likes and like 18,000 dislikes, and the views were like wicked low. It was like Trump had more views of his send-off with the 17 flags behind him, talking about the rocket, which same day as the 17th launch at SpaceX. So anyways, in this one, check this out. Same voice. It's gotta be him, and it makes sense as to what he's saying. I thought it was maybe more sinister. I actually saw this in a clip, and I said, no, that's doctored. There's no way. There's no way. The people would have noticed. Well, maybe that's why they made it unlisted. This is unlisted now. The only way you can get it is with the link. So check this out.
Families. But now to today's.
If you hear a different voice than his, just so you know, I know this now, and it's his voice. I went and listened to him talking. It's his voice. I thought it was doctored, No, this is straight from the White House. You saw it. This is the White House video. I only saw an excerpt, and I thought this is doctored. And then I saw this straight from the White House, a link to the actual video from the YouTube page of the White House.
Response team, Dr. Tony Fauci, our chief COVID medical advisor, Javier Becerra, our nominee for Secretary of Health.
So just so you know my life, as we're waiting to do this, I just agreed to
Dr. Rochelle Walensky, she's going to be the director for the Senate.
Did you hear that? And just so you know my life, I just agreed to a plea sentence for, and then it tails off. Again, he says, just since you know my life, or just so you know my life, I just agreed to a plea sentence for, and I'm not playing any games. You're going to hear it exactly like you heard it. Exactly like you heard it. This is 100, and it's right at the beginning. It's right at the beginning. How wasn't this like a thing, and that people were like, who is that talking about plea sentences? It's so weird. It's so weird. There's some other weird stuff from that day. I'll show you. I mean, it seems like I was thinking this is doctored, but no, this is straight from the White House YouTube page. I mean, it's right there. I have the link. Just go to my Twitter and click it. You'll see.
And I were joined by members of our COVID-19 team, response team, and Dr. Tony Fauci, our chief COVID medical advisor, Javier Becerra, our nominee for Secretary of Health.
So just so you know my life, as we're waiting to do this, I just agreed to
Dr. Rochelle
police sentence
Walensky,
for,
she's
a
going
guy.
to be the director for the Centers for...
Isn't that bonkers? So not only that, but just prior to this, I told you I have a lot of stuff. Any one of these things alone, maybe it's not enough, but each one of them are at least interesting. And when you put everything together, I'm telling you, we're watching a movie, as 1-7 always says. You know, enjoy the show. Get your popcorn ready. All right. So there's that's here. So if you want to see, it's the second link, like this YouTube link on the top. The do not miss this show. That's this video. This is my video for this show that I'm doing right now. So the filter play. This first link on its own. The second link all alone is that one. Here's the first link on its own. Check this out. All right. Now, this is him signing the executive orders. And I don't know what to think. All I know is what it looks like. It could be an illusion. It's one of three things. It's either an illusion, or Trump really didn't leave for Florida, or three, this isn't really where they say it is. And then I'll give you a little bit more on that third option. This isn't where they say it is. I mean, I think it's where they say it is, but you know, once this started making its rounds, I had this before I saw anyone else have it for a long time. I saw this. I thought I was the only person who saw it, but then other people started putting things out. So check this out. This guy, I like this video because he's zoomed in. You can see it really good. Who's that look like? Who does it even move like? It could be a bald guy. I guess that's the fourth option. It could just be a bald guy. But it looks like blonde hair, just like Trump. Blonde hair, just like Trump. And it even moves like Trump. Same type of like body too, you know? Same like mannerism. It seems like a legit video to me. It's two different angles. You know what? That could be a bald guy. Oh, the first video, yeah, that's Hunter Biden's voice. I mean, that's straight from there. It's not like I was thinking it got doctored. Someone put his voice over it. You know, and when I say doctored, I mean like somebody did it as a hoax. It still could be doctored. It just might be some high level military. You know, they're putting it over his voice. You know, and kind of giving people a hint, like, hey, you know, along with all the other strange happenings, once you put them all together in one video, it starts to be a lot. I'll play it one more time. Like I said, it's either an illusion, or it's a fake set. I don't think it is, but you know, some other people do. I'll show you something that someone came across, or it's the bald guy or someone with blonde hair just like his and the same mannerism. A bald guy with the same mannerism. I guess it could be that too. Or I guess the other option is Trump never left, and that really is him. I mean, I find most plausible. I don't know what I think is the most plausible. I guess I would have to say. I just think it's so crazy that I guess I would have to say that it's a bald guy or a blonde haired guy, even though it's looks like Trump. But it's the most plausible, I guess. Zoomed in, obviously. I found it interesting. I mean, it walks just like him too. in slow-mo. It's interesting. I don't know. I think the most plausible is that it's just somebody else, like a Secret Service guy that looks like Trump, maybe his body double. I don't know. I don't know. It's just the other options are so crazy. Um, but then again, if all of this is what I think it is, a big show, and that now I'm not saying that I don't think that they're really in the White House. I do. There's so much footage. Then again, they have these deep fakes now and this crazy technology that really they could fake anything and make it look real. I mean, think about the movies we watch. And this would be even a step above that because, this is the greatest military operation ever. And, you know, it really would be the greatest military option ever if this goes down like this with everyone tricked. Everyone's fooled. Even they're fooled. I mean, this is crazy. I mean, I bet you they're starting to catch wind of it by today. They're starting to catch wind that it's a rumor. Because if I've seen it from 3 different people now, 4 including myself. So, not the whole picture, but different aspects of this. Okay. All right. What else do we got? Wasn't that crazy too? The Hunter Biden. Do you guys want to hear that again? Just so you know it's legit. See, look, I'm gonna click the second link. It's this the White
By
House.
members of our COVID-19 team, response team, Dr. Fauci, our chief COVID medical advisor, Javier Becerra, excuse me, our nominee for Secretary of Health.
So just so you know my life, as
Dr.
we're waiting to do
Murphy,
this,
our
I just
nominee for
agreed
Surgeon
to
General. Dr. Rochelle
police sentence
Walensky,
for,
she's
a
going to
guy.
be the director for the Center.
I mean, you know what? He says a police sentence for and then it begins with a C or S, a C. It's like a K or a S sound. That's the beginning of the word, at least. It's crazy, man. I'm like, you know what? Now that I didn't hear that before, I didn't know that the beginning of the word is in it. So you know what? I'm gonna listen again. I know exactly where it is. It's, by the way, if you want to click the link and check it out, it's 1:16:30.
Becerra, excuse me, our nominee for Secretary of Health.
So just so you know my life, as
Dr.
we're waiting to do
Murphy,
this, I
our
just
nominee for
agreed
Surgeon
to
General. Dr. Rochelle
police sentence
Walensky,
for,
she's
a
going
guy.
to be the director for the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention.
Yeah, you can't really make out what he's saying. Maybe someone's made it out by now. I don't know. Okay, so let's see what else. Because I was listening to videos of Hunter talk. I was watching videos of him talking for a whole different reason, and that's just like his voice. Just like his voice. That's him. It's the only thing that makes sense. Hunter could have been right there, and he could have been talking to some reporter, but I don't know how he gets picked up. So I don't know. I don't know. It almost seems like someone put his voice of him saying that over it. Someone with some crazy ability to do that, like the military. Almost kind of letting the people at home know. I don't know. I mean, it sounds crazy, but what's the other option? I mean, that he's just standing right there and he comes in that clear? I don't know. All I know is it's the real video live, as you saw. It's like that's like the first hour and 15 minutes of that video is just coming up soon. President of the United States. Well, he's not really the president. Well, I guess technically he is, but he won't go down as a president. Okay, so let's see what else we got. I'm trying to make sure I didn't forget anything. I know I'm gonna forget stuff, but I know I'm forgetting things. Let me just go to Telegram real quick. Oh yeah, good. I'm happy. I'm so happy he put this. By the way, look at this. Do you guys know that Harris doesn't touch the Bible while she's swearing in? Look at that. She doesn't even touch the Bible. She puts this black thing over it, this like black handbag over the Bible, and then puts their hand on it. Do you know that Luciferians aren't allowed to put their hand on a Bible and swear on it? Like amongst each, like they that's like a thing that they do, I guess. Luciferians aren't allowed to swear on a Bible. They won't do it. Interesting, huh? They won't touch it, at least. So her way around it is putting her handbag over the Bible. Yeah, put her handbag on the Bible. Crazy. I'm so happy that he had that. I intended to show that, but I would have forgot it, I'm pretty sure. So by the way, here's a fake set of the Oval Office. Fake set. I don't know. The only reason I'm even showing that is because, like I said, that EO. Although I don't even think, is he in the Oval Office at that point? I don't even know. Yeah, he is, I think. And look, even the windows, they got the windows down and everything. So I don't know. Could be a set, and Trump walks by on purpose. And then people took this as them putting your face on it. Patriots, of course, right? But that happens. I don't see anything there. I think that happens at every inauguration, so I don't see anything there. And if you think this is the first thing I played tonight, I go, hey, it's the Red Pill Dispensary, and I pretend like people are clapping. And yeah, this is the way he talks to the military. Every time he says, God bless the troops, just remember this. Even if somehow everything I've shown tonight is all mathematically impossible and a coincidence, which I don't think so, just remember this, how he really feels about the troops.
Nonsense of the academy. I just want you to know that. Clap for that.
Clap for that, you stupid bastards. Dull bunch. He just realized what a dick he sounds like, and he goes, man. That was his way of trying to make up for it by acting like he was joking the whole time. Serious.
The academy. I just want you to know that. Clap for that.
Stupid bastard.
Man, you are a dull bunch. Must be slow here, man. Oh, you know
Yeah. I remember that when it happened. That was like all over the news. Let's see. I don't know. Let me see. I'm trying to remember here. Oh yeah. You know what's so funny? So I was watching Biden that day, and I said to Amanda, I said, I bet you he's gonna, in the first week, he's gonna forget a couple times to salute, somebody. He's gonna forget to do the salute when he's boarding a plane or entering somewhere. You're supposed to salute, right? Well, here he is, and he forgets to do a salute, and he obviously has an earpiece in, and he's so used to when they say something in his earpiece, like when he's giving a speech, for instance, and he's fumbling all the words, they'll say the words to him, and he repeats them. Well, here he said he goes, salute the Marine, idiot. Something like that. Salute the Marine, something. So, and he doesn't do it. He just says it, and he goes, salute the Marine, and he doesn't salute him. So the Marines aren't going to salute back, right? So yeah, this is good. Oh, yeah, salute the Marine, stupid, not idiot. Salute the Marine. He definitely said, I heard salute the Marine, he says. And I think he says stupid. So he goes, salute the Marine. And then it almost sounds like he says stupid, but he definitely says salute the Marine. But it's someone telling him in his ear, and he's just repeating it. He's so used to being a talking way, and someone tells him in his ear, and then he says it almost like they're telling him what to say, which I think happens all the time because he's not all there. This is well known in DC. Whether he's going to be president or not, and I don't think he is, well, I don't think he's going to stay president, and not just for the obvious reasons, but because what I've shown tonight, I think it's all legit. But it's well known in DC that he is on a total mental decline. It's just, I don't think that it would have been believable to have anyone else beat Trump. It's not even believable that he would beat Trump. It's almost especially not believable that he would beat Trump. But then again, the only reason it's a little bit like even somewhat even like a 0.0001 chance is that he's a centrist that was Obama's. You could almost make Obama's vice president, and he got the black vote. Like it's almost like, oh well, the black vote came to him. Except Trump won the black vote and the Latino vote by higher margins than blacks and Latino have ever voted a Republican by far. Not just in number, because this election did have a lot more voters, even with the fraud. There definitely were a lot more voters. When you give people the option to mail it in, you're going to get more voters that never voted before, wouldn't have took the time to stand in line. They could just mail it in. Well, just percentage-wise. So forget about the numbers, just percentage-wise. So I don't know how that still, how both can be true. Even if there's a lot of votes, if Trump, the percentage is higher by far than any Republican ever for blacks and Latinos, big time with Latinos, but also with blacks. So, but anyways, listen to him. He goes, salute the Marine. He definitely says that, and it almost sounds like he says stupid after, but he definitely says salute the Marine. Forgets to salute. So yeah, I didn't even realize at the bottom there they have a caption. So salute the Marines, you idiot. See, he definitely says salute the Marine, but he doesn't do it. He just repeats what's told to him in his ear. Well, what was that about fracking? Yes, we are following through with the fracking ban. Wow, you guys remember that, right? In the debates, first in the Democrat debates, he says that he's going to ban fracking. Then Trump says, "You said you were going to ban fracking." He said, "I never said that." And he goes, "I'm not," as if it's not on tape. Like of course, they played the hell out of it. He obviously did say that. And then he goes, "Well, I'm not going to do a fracking ban." He says that in the general election and at the debates. And then here he is, January 20th, the day of the inauguration. So he's already flip-flopped twice on this, and here he is again, a third flip and a flop, back to yes, we are following through with the fracking ban. And you know why he's been flip-flopping on this? Because he's just saying whatever fits in the moment. I think that his first answer was only honest because he was that's a positive and a Democrat, for the primary. It's obviously not a positive when you have to win Ohio, Pennsylvania, like these states, right? Well, who would benefit the most from a fracking ban? Well, think of energy. Stop the pipeline, stop the fracking ban, do all these different things. And then, by the way, that oil that would have came from Canada and the Keystone pipeline that he's stopping, and also the 52,000 jobs that comes with it. And by stopping fracking, do you know how many people are going to lose their job in that battleground state of Pennsylvania that he supposedly won? I mean, that was one of the most obvious frauds. I mean, he was down like 700,000 somehow. I mean, I did expect it to tighten, but come on, there's no way he would have won. So, and if he had stuck with the truth, which was that he was going to ban fracking because he's a agent of China and China's bitch and compromised by China, either through his son or most likely directly himself, definitely with the election. So I don't see why taking money is anything when he's going to use their help for false ballots as well as the machines, manipulating the machines through Dominion. So yeah, he actually flip-flopped on this fracking one more time. I actually was surprised when I saw this. I just thought there's no way he would. I knew he flip-flopped, the 2 times, but I didn't think he'd go back again a third time. But he did. I mean, I don't know. Between these two things and going to the Paris Climate Accord, which, by the way, if it's anything like the Paris Climate Accord was supposed to be in the first place, the one that they were trying to get Trump to sign up for, China, and I'm pretty sure India as well, which would be like the number 2 and number 4 as far as like power, even number 2 and number 3 maybe, as far as like the power of the nations, China and India, like military might. They both are considered underdeveloped nations. Now, there's some aspects of India I get, but China is an underdeveloped nation? What? And they don't have to do everything that you have to do when you're part of the Paris Climate Accord for something like 10 years. Whereas the US, we have to do it right away, which is going to put all types of limitations on our economy, on jobs, on economy, on all the things that matter. It's going to put all types of limitations on us. And the places that have the most pollution in the world, places like China and India, nothing for like 10 years, and then they have to do it. It might even be 15 years, but at least 10 years. I mean, that is crazy. And if that's not enough, he's going to ban fracking, the pipeline with all that oil from Canada. But Trump, a year ago, all of a sudden, we were energy independent and the number 1 producers of oil and energy. Now we're energy distributor. It's almost like the military has to do this. I mean, just in his first day, let alone now the second day, it's just crazy. All the things that he's doing that are clearly going to put China ahead of us. Oh yeah, join the WHO again. After what they did, they were literally like milk pieces, both literally and figuratively, for China. And now he's joined the WHO again. It's like every EO weakens America significantly after proving to help America significantly by being the opposite under Trump. And it's like so clear. The one country it hurts is the United States of America. The one country it helps big time, not just by hurting us, but by helping them, is China. So I mean, if the military was on the fence at all, and maybe they have the proof. I mean, if they have the proof, they have to do it. They, by law, have to do it. Um, Someone might try to argue that. Nope, the military would have to do it. It's their duty. That we're a land of laws. So, all right. So with that, I'm trying to think. I know I missed some stuff. Just because, just by looking at some of these other. Oh, actually, you know what? I know something that I want to show you guys before I go. It's not necessarily anything to. Well, I guess it has something. It does have something to do with the second term, but it's different than the other stuff. It's the prophet I wanted to show you, and I'm pretty sure you guys have all seen this prophet. He's amazing. Everything he's ever said about Trump has come true, and he's not the only prophet. There were two prophets who saw Trump in person, right after he got elected as president. These two prophets saw him in person, and they both prophesied over him. But also, there was a prophet in 1983 that prophesied that Donald Trump, knowing who Donald Trump was, and he also, even for as proof of it, it was a holy year in 1983. John Paul II was Pope, I'm pretty sure, and he declared it a holy year, and he bought a brick, and he put the name Donald J. Trump on the brick, and that brick is now behind sealed doors at the Vatican. Yep. They sealed up the door with bricks, and people got to buy the bricks if they wanted to, like, have a piece of them or something, and they could write something on the brick. Well, this guy bought a brick just to write Donald J. Trump because he was prophesying that Donald J. Trump was going to not only do great things for America, but that he'd be president and bring God back to the nation. So he'd be a praying president. So he prophesied all these things in 83, again in 2016, and then through the prophet I'm about to show. Oh, yeah. And then there's another prophet, actually, that was on the news, if you remember. He made the prophecy in 2011, and then he thought he missed it when Romney was the Republican nominee in 2012. But then in 2016, it ended up being Trump. And then he was on the news for that. And then there's this guy, Kim Clement. You guys have probably seen him. I just want to play him to go out because he did amongst the many prophecies about Trump that he made in 2014, 2011, and 2007 before dying, just when Trump either became president or elected president, I think. Because he died in 2016, I believe. So but all the prophecies he made were from before that. The latest prophecy that you're gonna hear is 2014. So he didn't even announce he was running. He announced that June of 2015, I think. June of 2015, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. So let me just check one last thing. Patriot. This guy's pretty good too. I like this guy. Let's see. Oh, he put that up too. Huh. That's funny. Okay. '46, the fake president. All right, so I'm pretty sure. I know I forgot some stuff. Damn, I know I forgot some stuff, but I did expect to forget some stuff. I did expect it. Oh yeah, and one of the EOs as well signed by Trump that went totally underreported. This EO was signed in December, I believe. One of them was basically, it was effectively, this is why it's interesting. Being next in line whenever he comes, the Secretary of Defense. After the Secretary of Defense, normally it would be Chief of Staff. not chief of staff. I'm sorry, not chief of staff. It would be what was Mark Milley, the joint chiefs chairman, the joint chiefs, whatever that position was. Instead of being that, it would go to the deputy. Basically, that's exact. It just made a longer list of like the continuity of government, like the succession, and I think the reason for it is just in case something happens to Miller, because effectively the president would probably most likely be the Secretary of Defense. Since the military would take control, he would basically have command as the leader of the military, as Secretary of Defense. I'm pretty sure the FEMA director would have some power too. I actually think that would be the president, the temporary presidency, Miller and FEMA as the vice president or vice versa. Yeah, I think it would probably be secretary because then next is supposed to be like the Joint Chiefs Chairman or whatever that position is, whatever Mark Milley is. He must not trust Mark Milley or something, or either that, or he said what it says is that Mark Milley or whoever has that position would stay on as a military consult, and the deputy Secretary of Defense would come after the Secretary of Defense. So basically, it lengthens the list and also kind of cuts one guy off the list. But that guy would be like the direct consult, and this is as far as like continuity of government. So I found that significant as well, just because this is the only scenario where the Secretary of Defense immediately becomes the most powerful man in the nation. Because Trump is no longer president. It's not like Trump by default automatically gets the presidency. I don't think it works like that. I think the military first has to take it over, get rid of him, arrest him, all that. And, they're probably going to either simultaneously or after showing a bunch of declassification of documents and pictures or whatever it is that shows how guilty and of what throughout the years that many people in Hollywood and government are. How guilty and of what, the most disgusting stuff. In fact, they were saying that like something like only 40% will be made public. The other 60% is just, if they were to show it, there would be collapse of civilization. So civilization would never come back. It would be that bad. It's just too much for people to handle. Well, how it would go is once it's implemented, they have to put up a temporary government, and then they hold elections. The military will hold elections, or they could just like place him in. They would hold elections, I'm pretty sure, and they do paper ballots, and the military would run it, and which is why I think Trump even mentioned that. And so it wouldn't be right away, just Trump automatically gets it. The military would either have to put him in, but even that will only be temporary, because whoever the military puts in, it's only temporary. In the end, it's still going to be up to us. Yeah, there's a temporary period where it's whoever the military says. They could say it's Donald J. Trump, but well, that's a possibility if they just say it's him. I just think it's more realistic that they're gonna say it's because then it just kind of defeats the purpose of him going through all this. If they just place him back right away, like the second they take it, they put him in. I think they'll probably put the FEMA director as vice president, something like that, and they'll be the two most powerful people. So it sounds like it would them, it'd be basically doing the same job they're doing anyway. And like it says in this EO, the deputy Secretary of Defense would then take over for the Secretary of Defense. Or if something happened to Secretary of Defense, he'd take over, everything, I guess. I mean, well, whoever the military says. And then the people would vote after a certain amount of time, and then Trump would be president. I mean, that's how it seems to me. And the reason I say that is I don't see, even though they could, because the military could do anything at that beginning stage just to have somebody in there in that temporary role until some type of election can be held by the military with paper ballots, not with machines. See it. I think they would put someone in temporarily, although in theory they could place anyone in theory. But I think it would be basically, I don't know who would be running against Trump. I mean, it might be an uncontested election, because I mean, if Biden cheated, well, that means that Trump won anyway. But it would have to be after some election is held. If this is the only play that's left, and it makes perfect sense with everything we went over tonight. But the only thing about it is the reason why it works is because it's technically like like we were saying, a foreign power is in charge of our nation. So that means that they need to be overthrown. And even if they're not overthrown right away, although in this situation they would be, it's just basically like setting up a gun. It would almost act as what they to help them would end up being, what was supposed to protect them would end up being they're setting up their own prison. Those walls are just to keep them in, not to keep them out, and they didn't even know it. Because once they call the National Guard in, it's out of their hands as far as what the National Guard does. So, yeah. So, that's the way I understand it. Alrighty. So, I want to play this Chemical Man. It's really... There's a few of these videos. I mean, they're all equal. His mouth was... came true. Everything. There's only one thing that didn't come true yet, and that's he says that there'll be a second term, but he also says that they'll be shocked in the first election and the second election. Like, people will be shocked like crazy, like an act of God, which is what this sounds like it would be if it happens. Like it sounds like it would like be that crazy that it almost would have to be considered something like that. I mean, just the fact that there's a plan like that, it's almost like, God, worked through somebody and gave somebody that plan.
We are a designer toy store in Chicago. We added PayPal as
you
a
guys probably
touch-free way
heard
to
this
pay.
before.
We just have a QR code up at the register. They just pull their phone out and send.
I had heard most of them,
convenient for them. It's
but
been
not
convenient
all
for
of
us.
them. I
You
think
don't
I
have
heard
to touch anything.
all the ones in this video, but not all the ones in other videos.
The trumpet, says the Lord. Trump shall become a trumpet. I will raise up the Trump to become a trumpet, and Bill Gates.
Oh yeah, this one, and Bill Gates. This is in 2007. The 2014 prophecy, you'll actually see him saying it, and it'll show you the date. But this one's from 2007. I know that. This one says, Trump is the trumpet. Trump is the trumpet. In the 2007, I don't even think he says Donald Trump. He's just referring to this president character. And people assumed they were talking about Trump as well when he says the gatekeeper, the guy who was the gatekeeper that watched over New York during 9/11. Although that basically he'd have a role to play in the 2020 election. Well, everyone just assumed, well, it's got to be Trump, but it's Giuliani. Giuliani was the gatekeeper that watched over New York in 9/11 that would have something to do with the 2020 election. So he just assumed it was all one, but I think that one line is about Giuliani, and then it goes back to prophesying about Trump.
To open up
the year. I'll just let you guys. This is 2000. This is 2007.
What I want to say, Trump shall become a trumpet, says the Lord. Trump shall become a trumpet. I will raise up the Trump to become a trumpet, and Bill Gates to open up the gate of a financial realm for the church, says the Lord. And I will not forget 9/11. I will not forget what took place that day. And I will not forget the gatekeeper that watched over New York, who will once again stand and watch over this nation, says the Spirit of God. It shall come to pass that the man that I place in the highest office shall go in whispering my name. But God said when he enters into the office, he will be shouting out by the power of the Spirit, for I shall fill him with my Spirit when he goes into office, and there will be a praying man in the highest seat in your land. There will be a praying president, not a religious one, but I will fool the people, says the Lord. I will fool the people. Yes, I will. God says the one that is chosen shall go in, and they shall say he has hot blood. For the Spirit of God says, yes, he may have hot blood, but he will bring the walls of protection on this country in a greater way, and the economy of this country shall change rapidly, says the Lord of hosts. Listen to the word of the Lord. God says, I will put at your helm for 2 terms a president that will pray, but he will not be a praying president when he starts. I will put him in office, and then I will baptize him with the Holy Spirit and my power, says the Lord of hosts. Come on! This that shall take place shall be the most unusual thing, a transfiguration, a going into the marketplace, if you wish, into the news media, where Time Magazine will have no choice but to say what I want them to say. Newsweek, what I want to say. The View, what I want to say. Trump shall become a trumpet, says the Lord. Trump shall become a trumpet. I will raise up Trump to become a trumpet, and Bill Gates to open up a gate of a financial realm for the church, says the Lord.
You hear that? Open up the gates to the financial realm. If you want to know what that means, check out the video of the patent of WO, like world order, but they're all sound like that, but it's just interesting. And then the patent number is 2020 for the year, but it's part of the number, /060606. Yeah, you heard that right. And it has to do with cryptocurrency in a multi-array needle patch through a transdermal patch, like a multi-array needle transdermal patch delivery system, which I believe, especially because it's already been proven that, hey, by the way, this VX, vaccine that just came out and they have to get in 2 doses. It actually, one of the big stories that's coming out now, and I had said this about like 2 months ago, but now it's starting to come out publicly. It'll make it so you don't get sick, supposedly. It'll do a lot more, trust me. But it will also, it won't stop transmission. It won't, scientifically, There's no proof that it'll stop transmission. That's only a theory. They don't have proof on that. So I think eventually, you're just going to get like a take-home transdermal patch with a multi-array needle system that leaves a quantum dot. This is all in the patent. It leaves a quantum dot, and then that it sends your body activity data along with your brain waves. Basically, anything that's connected to your central nervous system, it'll send that up into 5G, and then cryptocurrency, as long as you're doing what you're supposed to be doing. As far as like, it can tell if you're thinking right, what you're thinking. It can tell what you're doing by your body activity data or your brain waves to tell what you're even thinking. And as long as you're thinking and doing the right thing, which is scary, it'll send you cryptocurrency, which by then will be the currency. And I can see that happening real quick. And I think that's the way that Bill Gates opens the doors of the financial system. If you want to check that out, just check out. It's the thing that's pinned on my Twitter. By the way, I made this video. This patent was only the day this patent came out. I found it and made this video. I was the first person on the internet to find that patent. If you don't believe me, look at the date that I make the video, then look at the date the patent comes out. Yep, same day. Yep, first person on the internet. There's no videos before mine. So if you want to check that out, I believe that when I heard that last night, that part of the prophecy with Bill Gates, I was like, whoa. Oh, by the way, Bill Gates and Microsoft own the patent. Okay. So yeah, it's on YouTube under this channel. You just got to go back a little bit. I made it in March of 2019, I think. Or 2020, whenever it comes out. Oh, March of 2020. March of 2020.
Not forget 9/11. I will not forget what took place that day. And I will not forget the gatekeeper that watched over New York, who will once again stand and watch over this nation, says the Spirit of God. It shall come to pass that the man that I place in the highest office shall go in whispering my name. But God said when he enters, he will be shouting out by the power of the Spirit, for I shall fill him with my Spirit when he goes into office, and there will be a praying man in the highest seat in your land. There will be a praying president, not a religious one, but I will fool the people, says the Lord. I will fool the people. Yes, I will. God says, the one that is chosen shall go in, and they shall say, he has hot blood. But the Spirit of God says, yes, he may have hot blood, but he will bring the walls of protection on this country in a greater way, and the economy of this country shall change rapidly, says the Lord of hosts. Listen to the word of the Lord. God says, I will put helm for 2 terms, a president that will pray, but he will not be a praying president when he starts. I will put him in office, and then I will baptize him with the Holy Spirit and my power, says the Lord of hosts. Come on!
Isn't that crazy? And you guys heard that, the 2 terms at the end there? And it kind of repeated some stuff, but at the end there was new. It said the 2 terms, and then it said he won't be a praying president when he starts, but as soon as he assumes the office, he'll be a praying president. And we know that Trump and the whole team, they pray every morning, and prayer is always happening every day when he was in the White House, and will be happening every day when he's back. So and he also says the same prophecy, but he says it in a different way in 2014. It comes through him again. And by the way, the way he prophesies is he speaks like he said he's hearing God and he's saying it. I mean, it sounds like something that some occasions, 2007, 2011, and 2014. in early 2014, February 2nd, I believe, or 22nd, something like that, of 2014. There's actual video of that. The other ones are just audio files. And then there's a long one as well, like a long version. And there's actually a lot of stuff in the long version that I'm surprised didn't make the cut in these shorter versions. Okay. So there's other ones. So this is all the rest. As far as the information, the intel, I finished it. But I wanted to show you this. I was looking at this last night. I just wanted to end with God. And I just find it amazing how dead on every prophecy this guy was, how dead on he was. He was a true prophet. And everything he said about Trump was like so obviously true. Like I said, there's another version of how when he goes in, he talks about God, but while he's in, he is like, he is proclaiming God like big time. Like I said, the 1983 prophet says that he will bring God back to this nation. And imagine if he pulls off what I think he's going to pull off, what I presented here tonight. Yeah, that would bring God back to this nation, I believe. And if anyone is just joining us, yeah, it's really interesting. Just rewind to the beginning, and some of it I get kind of stuck in the weeds, but that's only because I'm driving the point home, especially when I get to the 11.3 stuff. But it's just a way of driving the point home in a few different ways. Okay. So there'll be some stuff repeated for sure. But I think this is the one. This is the one who actually showed the footage from 2014.
Fee-free overdraft up to $100.
They'll repeat some of the 2007 stuff that you just heard, but they're also gonna have the 24.
Hi.
Oh wait.
How are you? Pastor Herman here. It's good to see you. And I just want to share to you a video of Prophet Kim Clement who prophesied.
If you guys do want to see, like here he is. We're gonna get past Kim Clement, but here he is. I had never seen this before. I don't know if you guys did. But here's two prophets that are working with him. Either he's the president-elect or it's like right when he becomes president. And this is when he's talking about God. He like mentions God, but he wasn't in the way he does now. The way he does the rest of his presidency. Definitely, Rosie.
What I was hearing the Lord say was, "This is my son, with whom I'm well pleased." The Lord was...
And you could tell she like feels it. And as prophets, they know. Like by the time she's done like she's like starstruck in a different way than just a president or Donald J. Trump. Mind you, if he's even president and not president-elect, it's like right when he becomes president, like right at the beginning of the presidency. There's a good chance, oh yeah, you know what? No, he's president-elect. Oh no, he's just a candidate. Oh, I thought he was president-elect. He's only a candidate at this point. So you could tell she's like starstruck in a different way, the way only like a Christian and a prophet can be, because she realizes she's speaking to not just a candidate, but the future president, and a president that's going to bring God back to the nation and the world. And it's just amazing that you could tell she's just like, by the end, like, whoa, like you're something special. Like God really has like put this power in you, which is exactly what the 1983 prophet says, exactly what the 2011 prophet says, exactly what Kim Clement says in 07, 2011, 2014. It's amazing.
Showing me how you, Mr. Trump, Donald, as a little boy growing up, that you were a good son.
Oh, and this is true. And then she talks about how like stuff like with his brothers, like his older brother, the one that died of alcoholism and things like that, and he was the one that was the father groomed to be the successor and the one you'd hand all the businesses to, but it ends up being him that gets it. So he was, he had his brother chosen over him, but in the end, it was him that was his father's successor. So she nails it too. I mean, some of the stuff she could have looked up, but it really seems real to me. I don't think that they're faking it at all. I think this is all real. And then you take into consideration all these other prophets, three that we know of that you can just find on YouTube outside of these two, But I find them all compelling.
You had a good father. The Lord is saying, I'm your father. And I have prepared you for this time, for such a time as this. You have been groomed and prepared for this kind of role. God has given you the backbone and the courage to say yes to this challenge. And I just want to go ahead. I know you want to add to this. No, keep going. Yeah, you can. Yes. So, Father, I just thank you for this man. And right now, I want to remove all the arrows that have been thrown your way, all the backstabbing, all the curse words, all the things that have been said to you and about you. In the name of Jesus, I remove the effect of those words. I remove the effect of hatred and what could have been said or done. I remove every threat that has been thrown your way for you and your family. Lord, I thank you for his wife also and his...
Also, you can tell some of this is touching close to home. Like, as it goes on, Trump is starting to look, you can tell it's like starting to, at the beginning, he's kind of like shaking his head like, yeah. But by the end, you could tell she's hitting some things that she couldn't just find with a Google search.
Anya and his children, what a beautiful family. And Lord, I pray that you surround them like you surround Jerusalem. You build a wall of fire around their family and around everything that they do, but around their family, Lord, and be the glory in the midst of that, Lord. Lord, I thank you that you have prepared him for such a time as this. Lord, you have your hand on this man, and I thank you for it. Lord, I thank you that he's fearless. I thank you that he's fearless and he's courageous. And I thank you for the boldness that you have. Yes, you are bold. And this comes from the Lord. This comes from God. He has created you. He has created you in your mother's womb, and he has created you for such a time as this. And Lord, I thank you. Lord, we desire to have that kind of boldness in the church, in the kingdom of God. Yes, we're called to bring heaven on.
Speak truth, love. I mean, that's what prophets do. That's what prophets do. These prophets didn't know him. They didn't know he was gonna be president. So if you're referring to these two in particular, I think it's in the Bible. Yeah, it is in the Bible. I know it is. You shouldn't question a prophet, a true prophet. The other ones didn't know he would be president. They didn't even know he'd be running for office. So.
Earth, and we need the boldness of the Lord to do this, and I thank you that he's able to do that.
Now, Mr. Trump, if you could do this for me, if you'd like to, can you just put your hands open like this? It's just a prophetic act that we do sometimes. What's in this house in prayer and in the Spirit of God, we want to pour into you in the name of Jesus Christ. We honor you. We appreciate what you're doing. And like Pastor Nee said, the courage. So here, we're going to do it right now. Father, you said we will lay hands on folks. We will lay hands on people. And Father, we can transfer. And he already has a generous heart. And you have the spirit of stewardship. Generosity was stewardship. And Father, we just say what's in this house, we give to you in your hands. The presence of God. There's a presence of God right now. He's here. Father, we just bless Mr. Trump right now and his entire family. And we declare it So be it. In Jesus' name. Amen. Amen. Come on, let's give Lord praise.
Well, we should, it's simple. It's simple. That one's simple, But these other prophets, I mean, they call it, and in particular. So here's one of the guy prophesied about him in 2011. The guy with the mullet. Then there's a guy from 1983. But I just find Kim Clement to be the most just the most amazing. Yeah, what? Kim Clement, do I have? Okay. See, that's 2007. What's the, I want to see the 2014. I heard some of the 2007 one. All right, here's 2014.
My fury has ended. Hear me, for I have found a man after my own heart. I have found a man after my own heart, and he is amongst you. The highest court in the land, the Supreme Court. Two shall step down for the embarrassment of what shall take place. But I wish to place in the highest court in the land.
And you know what? Two stepped down during his presidency. The third, or the first, the second, third were during his presidency. The first one is from Obama's presidency. He was able to name three. He does say there's two and then one. And that one, or maybe, I think he's just saying of the two that he puts in during his presidency, the two that stepped down. So he doesn't even say how many he'll name. He says two will step down. Because I was like, wait, it was three. And then I realized, he says step down. When he step down, it's die, But two would step down. And of those two, one would have a great embarrassment. That would be Kavanaugh. One of two would step down. And one with great embarrassment. Is that the Kavanaugh? I don't know. But
righteousness, and they shall attempt to put others in to endeavor, to reach their endeavors. But God says, hear me tonight, hear me today. I have this whole thing planned out according to my will, for it is now time for me to restore the fortunes of Zion. I couldn't quite see his face because that was not allowed, because there was a mist that covered all the people and he was amongst them. And the Spirit of God made me look at him, and he said, this man will throttle the enemies of Israel. This man will throttle the enemies of the West. And there are highly embarrassing moments that are about to occur for many, many politicians in this nation. There'll be a shaking amongst the Democrats in the upcoming elections, but unsettling for the Republicans.
Elections, plural.
Why is God doing this? For God said, I am dissatisfied with what emerges from both parties. And then there is a nation, he showed me, took me, itching for a new kind of war with America. They will shout, impeach, impeach, they say. But nay. This nation shall come very subtly, but he shall not come in the time of President Obama. They shall come when this new one arises, my David, that I have set aside for this nation. A man of prayer, a man of choice words, not a man who is verbose, who has verbosity, who speaks too much. They will even say, this man is not speaking enough. God says, I have set him aside. They will shout, impeach, impeach, but this shall not happen.
Now check this out. Impeach, impeach. I was thinking, well, he says impeach twice because there's two impeachments, right? Well, no, he says it on two different occasions. So he says impeach, impeach, and you're going to hear him say it again later. Impeach, impeach. And he's the first one, nay, and the second one, like it won't happen. So neither impeachment is supposed to work either. I mean, this is just dead on three different occasions, all before he ever even, was running.
And then God says, highly embarrassing moments when another Snowden arises.
Highly embarrassing moment when another Snowden arises. Who's that? Pretty clear, right? Julian Assange from the first election. Julian Assange. And politicians will be embarrassed when a second Snowden arises. Politicians will be embarrassed when a second Snowden. That's obviously the WikiLeaks, Clinton's emails, which affects more than just her as far as politicians. That's Julian Assange. A second Snowden will arise. I mean, it is dead on. Wow.
And people will become very afraid. They'll say, we have no protection. And then God says, am I impressed with your weapons of war? Am I impressed with the strength of your men's legs? Ha! I have said I will bring this nation to its knees. The man that I have raised up, pray. For the enemy will do everything in his power to put a witch in the White House.
Hillary.
Did anybody hear what he just said? For Jezebel has chased away the prophets and even Elijah. Now I have said, go back. For this shall be dismantled so that there will be no more corruption in the White House, says the Spirit. This that shall take place shall be the most unusual thing. A transfiguration. A going into the marketplace.
You know what? In the longer version, he says impeach, impeach again. A second time. And then the first one he says nay. The second one he said it's not going to happen. If you play the long one, it's actually like right after that. Maybe they'll go back to it.
Push into the news media where Time Magazine will have no choice but to say what I want them to say. Newsweek, what I want to say.
It sounds like this has yet to come. Or then again, I mean, who am I to question what God would want them to say? But this could be the second time. Think about it. If this gets pulled off and all this evidence comes out about all these politicians, it'll wake up even the biggest Trump critic if they don't have any skin in the game as far as, being implicated themselves. People will stop flocking to him. And to God.
The view, what I want to say. Trump shall become a trumpet, says the Lord. Trump shall become a trumpet. I will raise up Trump to become a trumpet and Bill Gates to open up the gate of a financial realm for the church, says the Lord. And I will not forget 9/11. I will not forget.
All right, so we heard this. But you know what? I played the whole 2014. I don't know why they didn't. Maybe this one.
And this is what I have to say, says the Spirit of life. A veil has been placed upon this nation, and I did it. I did it. So that for a season my people would wonder and faith would increase. For a as faith grows. In despair, faith grows. I did it. But now my fury has ended. Hear me. For I have found a man after my own heart. I have found a man after my own heart, and he is amongst you. He is one of the brothers that singled out for presidency of the United States of America. But here, the transcription of God upon the heart of his prophet. How the gold has become dim. The stones of the sanctuary are scattered at the head of every street.
You know what's crazy? He makes it a point in this one actually to mention gold. He said that is a gem. And he actually says, don't forget that. That's really important. It keeps coming to me. Gold. Like, what's that all about? Well, I mean, Trump, you know, his golden palace and Trump Tower, you know.
The precious sons of Zion, valuable as fine gold, are now regarded as clay pots. Those who ate delicacies are desolate in the streets, and those who were brought up in royal scarlet now embrace ash heaps. Is this what I wanted? My people were brighter than snow, whiter than milk. They were like sapphire in their appearance, and now they are stricken for lack of fruits in the field. The hands of once compassionate women have cooked their own children, and their children have become food for them. Your children have become food for who were once compassionate women. But my fury is fulfilled, says the Lord. And I have now kindled a fire in Zion. I have kindled a fire in Zion, in America, in nations throughout the earth.
All right, so I think that's a good place to end this. This is the Red Pill Dispensary. This is Matt. I hope you guys enjoyed this. If you got to the show late, you definitely want to catch it from the beginning as far as the intel. But that's all I got tonight. Hopefully, if I didn't, I'm not trying to sway anybody. I find the intel to be so compelling when I started coming across it yesterday and today. Mostly yesterday, but some today. That I just, you know, as much as I was convinced it was over, nothing was going to change my mind. Except for the fact that 17 was never wrong, except for the grand finale. That's how I was thinking after he was sworn in, until I started coming across the intel. And that's when I realized, oh, the reason it wasn't fulfilled, the grand finale, or the watches, the 2 watches with the date and time, that was ended up being fulfilled in the on 1/19, as I wrote on January 16th, except I thought it was going to be, you know, the whole thing on the 19th. Ended up just being, as it says, Maka 1 and the beginning, along with 11.3. So yeah, it's a lot of great stuff. At the very least, I hope it was at least something interesting to hear, a little amusement, a little hopium, or the show has just begun. All right, God bless you guys. Good night.